live button.
Hit
Let's
the
see if
go
it works.
live, Steel. Hit the go live.
Let's see if it works.
Hit the go live. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's
Let's go.
see if it works. Let us know if you can now hear us. It seems like we are now activated and live and getting everything together.
Yeah, make sure y'all can hear me because you know how Steel likes to
please,
so,
please let me know if you can hear
perfect.
Pong too. I did change some audio settings so that it's pulling the audio directly from Zoom itself. So hopefully that helps out quite a bit, especially with some desktop audio things where there's music playing in the background. We should have a lot less of that happen now.
What do you got going in the background right now? You got some Hardcore 6 going? What is this?
This right here, I figured you might like this a little bit.
What is this? This live action? What we got going on here?
This is Armored Core 4 Answer.
It is Armored Core 4.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, 4 Answer. Not 4.
4 Answer.
Answer.
Okay. So 4 Answer.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I've been jonesing for some. I've been seeing the Armored Core gameplay, and I've been jonesing, and I was just like, you know what? Let me see if I can start getting, getting right.
I never saw this intro.
Yo, the intro to this game is fucking amazing. That's what made me fall in love with White Glint.
I don't ever remember seeing this.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure to record it. It's super badass. Even from the very beginning, it's super badass.
Love it.
Oh, and then the game feels kind of feels like that too when you're playing and the mission structure and whatnot.
Rocket Pod? Are you playing PC?
Obviously? Yes, I am playing on PC. I'm playing through emulator. Yeah. So
okay, you playing through an emulator. What's the frames? What's the frame?
It's 60. Since it's the PS3 game.
Yeah.
Supposedly this PS3 is still a very gray territory right now.
Right.
There is a lot of games that are working for it though, and that has evolved. This is one of the games that within the last few years has gotten some better support, and they've actually gotten working better. One of the biggest complaints that people have about this game is that there's texture popping, and the emulator can't
fix it.
Can't fix some of it. But what it is more so like the colors and whatnot that end up being an issue. Now, there's some settings that you're able to change that help alleviate a lot of those issues. So you may not see a lot of that in the gameplay that I have today. But yes, today's gameplay is Armored Core 4 Answer. It's about 2 hours and 30 minutes of gameplay. So you guys will have a lot of that to kind of give you a basis of what to kind of expect in Armored Core 6. Now, I do want to kind of pre-note this with, I gotta go to the bathroom. I do want to kind of pre-note this though with, I think from what you're seeing, what you're going to see in this gameplay for those who are watching live, I'm not going to my audio listeners yet, but anyway, what you're going to see in this is still going to be very different from what you're going to experience in Armored Core 6, because in 6, it looks very, it's much more methodical from what I could tell, at least how they designed the levels. And it seems like there's a lot more, not necessarily nuance to it, but purpose, I guess, more so in how the things are designed. All the enemies have more of a purpose in Armored Core 6 from what I can tell. Like there's some of the smaller enemies in here. They introduced a stagger system in 6. So I don't know. There's definitely going to be a difference there, but this will at least give people kind of a baseline that, hey, what is Armored Core? What is it going to play like? What is it going to feel like? It's going to be very similar to this. But Pong, take the reins for me real quick while I go to the bathroom. You're muted.
How did that happen? I don't remember doing it. Anyways, hey, what's up, everybody? Good morning. Steel muted me long distance right there. He controls my mic now too, I see. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Living Split Screen behind the scenes. I'm just enthralled with watching Steel's gameplay here of Armored Core 4 Answer, because I have never seen this, at least that I don't remember, but this is some definitely PS3 stuff right here. You can already see in the Armored Core 6 videos how far we have come and explosions, that kind of stuff. Now, I played some Armored Core 5 on 360 a couple months ago. So I've recently dove back into Armored Core 2. So kind of used to this, but this is crazy because I've never seen this gameplay before. But hey, good morning. Happy Saturday, everybody. If you all wait until Steel comes back, but if y'all didn't have a chance to wish him a happy birthday, it was his birthday yesterday. So please wish him a happy birthday when he gets back on here. Otherwise, I hope everybody's doing good. What a week. What a week. It has been busy as hell. Steele and I are going to get into it, but we played a lot of Remnant. He and Jasper have even played more Remnant than me. But I've been hopping in with those two almost on a nightly basis. Past couple nights, I haven't had a chance to because I was just worn out and tired. So, but Remnant 2, we're going to have a lot of talk about that. But what a day yesterday. We're going to get into it. My God, Phil, Dominus, Maximus, Aurelius, Spencer coming through and fulfilling a promise he made back in 2019 and getting us Final Fantasy 14. Holy shit. I was in absolute shock. Like this, I didn't think it was happening anymore. We had heard, I think Steele and I brought it up. We had heard that they were still working on it. There was talk that they were still in talks about it. I know we've talked about it in general here multiple times because I've been wanting this to happen for a very long time now. Of course, things have changed for me, with PCMR status now. Of course, I could hop into Final Fantasy 14 anytime because it's on PC. But again, for that type of game, if it's on console, and yes, I know it's an MMO. How dare you say you'd rather play on console? But I would. So the fact that it's now coming to Xbox next year, right, is huge still for me to this day. So that news yesterday, getting that partnership going together with Square Enix, and again, we'll talk more about it. But the fact that they brought him up on stage, the fact that Phil traveled to be there on stage, and the fact that they introduced him almost like a wrestling introduction yesterday. This is big. This is big news. I think it means potentially, again, we've seen this before because Square has been on the Xbox showcase stage promising that they were going to have more games coming to Xbox years and years ago, 2019, in fact. And it never really came to fruition. We did see the older Final Fantasy games show up in Game Pass, and be available. But overall, we didn't see a whole lot of new stuff. Octopath Traveler, things like that. Obviously, Final Fantasy 15 was there. But in general, Square has still been weird. But they now have a new CEO who started in June. And the fact that we got this announcement, maybe there's hope for Square. Maybe there's hope for Square yet. But it's going to be freaking incredible to see Final Fantasy 14 finally coming to Xbox. I can't wait. I will be jumping into this. This is something I've been waiting on, and I will be jumping into it for sure. And it'll be interesting now that Xbox is involved. If we get cross progression, if they can implement cross protection, so I can play both PC and Xbox, oh my God, life will be good.
It's probably going to be cross progression on Xbox PC app. Yeah. It's not. I don't think it's going to be available through Steam because it's Square Enix's back end system.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is when I decide to hop in still, because I'm not going to hop into it now because again, Starfield, Baldur's Gate 3, I got so much to play.
It didn't come out it is not out now, right?
No, next year.
Okay, that's what
I'm saying. Next year. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if it's just cross progression between Xbox PC and Xbox. Right. But the fact is, once it does drop, if I can swap between the two when it does drop, that will be huge too, because I want to check it out on PC as well. So that's what I'm saying. That's the good stuff about when Xbox shows up and does something like this, that we potentially get those bonuses. Again, we'll talk more about it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that was a big day. I was in shock yesterday. I did not think that this was still coming to fruition. Again, I thought that, Yoshi was being extremely stubborn. Even though Xbox had fixed a lot of their back end problems over the past 3-4 years,
right,
with their updating system to allow for a game like Final Fantasy 14 to show up. The fact that it still hadn't was crazy to me, especially when they were having all those server issues when so many people were joining. They didn't have server room. I'm like, what a great time. Come over to Xbox. Xbox can provide you more servers. Let's go. And the fact that it didn't happen, but yesterday out of the blue, here's Phil on stage, and not only just confirming Final Fantasy 14, but saying more. Like I said, we've heard that before, but maybe, like I said, with the new CEO, we'll see. But I'm excited. It was a big day still, so for for sure.
Dark Zone says your characters from PC and PS5 should carry over, and you be able to play with PC, PS5, and Xbox.
Yeah,
I know
crossplay's there.
They said they were going to do crossplay, but as far as cross progression, that's what's going to be interesting. I know you can with PlayStation to PC, if I'm not mistaken, because of how it's connected count wide. I just hope it's the same. They end up doing it the same way for Xbox, and not because it's and not do it because it's late now. Xbox has to do additional work for it, whatever the case may be. That's more so my point. But
all right, everybody, he's back. So wish him happy birthdays. I see him popping up in there. The man, the myth, the legend. That's right. Steel Rain is catching up to me, everybody. So wish him a happy birthday because this old man got a year older yesterday.
I appreciate that, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely appreciate. I saw people wishing me a happy birthday in chat. Also, shout out to Nixie for the $5 donation. He says, happy blessed birthday, brother. Steel Rain. Enjoy your day, brother. I appreciate it. It's going to be a crazy weekend. Monday morning, Monday, probably more so around dinner. The wife's going to be whipping me up a nice juicy steak. So we'll have that coming up.
Nice.
But yes. And this is not Armored Core 4. It's 4 Answer.
Yes. Answer. It is different. It was different. PC or it was PS3 only.
Yes.
Never came to Xbox.
Yes. This one came out right before Verdict Day.
5.
Because 5 is Verdict Day.
Yes, right. So this one was right. It was in the middle. It was
between. This is the one that this is the one that they say is better than most of the Armored Cores that are out. Because they changed some things in 5 that people didn't really like. But nonetheless, and 5 doesn't work right now. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we got to go live for our audio listeners. So let's go ahead and buckle that up here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for joining us on episode 113. As Pong was mentioning, we definitely got some things to talk about. Some things that people really haven't got into any deep conversation about. Remnant being one of them. Shout out to Remnant 2. Great game. Also, Lords of the Fallen gameplay that has been shown, and Final Fantasy is also a big topic. An interesting conversation that I would like to have about what's going on with that, the expectation, the timing of it all. And I think those are going to be some pretty passionate conversations for us to get into today. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for the birthday wishes, but Live at Split Screen has to get locked and loaded for our audio listeners. So let's get to it. Let me actually get rid of a file here real quick, just so I can make sure that I have space. I had to move some things around. That's been a majority of my week when I got some free time, is moving pictures and stuff around so they're not fucking in the cloud, man. Had some stuff that was stuck and taking up space. You know what? They're
making pictures up in the cloud, man. Anybody can get access to them. You got to move those private duties out of the way, man.
Oh God,
out of the cloud, man. Here we go. That hentai.
Oh God. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Episode 113. Let's lock and load. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and beautiful people, I got to get used to that little loading screen there. Hopefully you guys like that little addition. Audio listeners, you're not going to know what I'm talking about, but you got to come check us out live sometime on YouTube. With that being said, I want to thank you and everyone for joining Living Split Screen episode 113. I am Mr. Live Raw and Uncut himself, Mr. Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. That T is a 7 everywhere. Google's easiest place to type that information in. And we got a really interesting show for you today, I think. Me and Paul always tend to kind of deep dive these topics. I'm coming off of a birthday. I think I'm feeling a little rejuvenated here. I might have to go give me a little birthday Mountain Dew and get extra ready. But we also got to discuss, man, what's the difference between an SSD and a hard drive? Because Ratchet and Clank is, the pinnacle of what we'll probably see in gaming. And there's no other game that has any better graphics than that game currently. If it wasn't for Ratchet and Clank, I don't think that anybody else would understand how to really use an SSD on console.
You mean all 1.5 million people who bought that game?
Yeah. Those people. I don't think they ever would have known what that felt like. PlayStation started it. They made you understand what the true power of the SSD was. And that was proven. I mean, again, the PlayStation 5 is stronger and better than a PC right now. One game, Ratchet and Clank, it shows you that there's no graphical difference. It all looks the same. They're playing at the same quality level.
Outperforms a 4090.
Oh, it outperforms it. Yes, actually, for sure. I mean, look. Vlad's, what's going on? Appreciate you coming through. I don't know if you guys knew any of this information, but I wanted to bring this here to you so we can talk about it and see what's going on. Actually, El Nini, 7,200 RPM hard drives are okay. It just can't be like a 5,400, right? But nonetheless, maybe I'll go pull out my old PS4 and I'll load it on there, make it usable for PC, and that'll be good enough. I don't know. But anyway, we'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very excited to be here sitting with you all. We're going to have some amazing conversations, but I have to introduce my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops, my guy, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man? How you feeling?
Yo, as Lore Master Jasper, I see you in the chat, brother, says, yo, what's going on, everybody? Happy Saturday. It is Living Split Screen. We are back again. I'm a little out of my element this morning because I was not on Xbox Ultimate like I normally am, and humans are creatures of habit, so when we break a habit, things feel weird, but I'm here with my brother, my birthday brother, Steel Rain, who is catching up to me in age. He is getting older as the years go by, and you can tell already. You can see it. I knew I'd catch him up with that one. Listen, everybody, what a great week. Like Steel said, we're gonna have some big Remnant talk too in here. I think we'll jump into that after intros because obviously I've been playing that daily except for the past 2 days, but since last Friday when we got the early launch. Steel and Jasper and I have been jumping in on the daily. The past 2 nights, I've been just too tired. And so haven't jumped in, but rocking with those two dudes who have played a lot more than me even. What a blast this game is going to be, has been, and is going to be because they're coming out with DLC. And Gunfire Games DLC for the first one was excellent. So I can only imagine what this one's going to be. But I think Steel and I do a combo platter here, get into some Remnant 2 talk here shortly. But
absolutely,
that's been my week gaming. Really, it has been. I haven't touched anything else. Again, one of these rare times where a game shows up and stops me from grazing. That's been Remnant 2. Absolutely, just an absolute incredible experience so far. Outside of performance issues, which Jill and I will talk about, there are some issues. Game's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but from a game perspective, from being a gamer and wanting to hop into something, Remnant 2, oh boy, it offers a lot when it comes to an experience. So, yeah, we'll talk about that. Otherwise, again, news week, been a light news week overall, but Friday showed up yesterday out of the blue, and all of a sudden, we got interesting news with the Final Fantasy 14 showing up on Xbox, which Steele and I will get into later. So that's been fun. Lots of good game previews this week. Again, Lords of the Fallen showing up, showing out again, even though it's not going to be a game I jump into. I love the aesthetic of Souls games. You know that. I love the dark fantasy, high fantasy kind of realms. And Lords of the Fallen team looks like they've looked over at what From was doing, looked back at their old game, said, we can do that too. We've learned a lot since then. And yeah, it looks like they have, because my God, there's some of the screenshots and some of the gameplay just look phenomenal. And then of course, Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon showing up with a 17, 18 minute gameplay, raw gameplay footage. Wow. Again, I'm sad this is going to come out a week prior to Starfield, because I would love to get a lot of time in this game with Steel, especially, or even just solo, because we know that there's really no co-op, but I know Steel's going to be getting sweaty with some multiplayer, and I'd certainly hop in there and see what I could do with him, obviously against some people, but
you're talking about an Armored Core?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be an interesting conversation. Me and Jasper were talking about it a little bit. And Jasper was saying, like, I saw some guys play PvP, and these guys were just boosting around each other. And they weren't hitting nothing. And I was like, Mav made a perfect reference. He was just like, it's kind of like playing Ace Combat. You get into those dogfights. That's literally what it is.
I like that.
You got to kind of outmaneuver the other person, make sure that you're hitting your shots. You got to know how to play the game. That's the majority of it. Once you, like, and Armored Core does look extremely complicated. Even from the gameplay that you're seeing here, there is some complication to it. Hey, what's the main objective? Oh, I got these guns. In Armored Core 4 Answer, they made it worse, which they already changed in 6 to where there's not such an emphasis on ammo. In this game, there's a fucking emphasis on ammo, so it's like, I need to carry a blade with me. If I don't carry a blade, I'm gonna run out of ammo. Like that's what it's about. 6 is not gonna have a lot of those, so it takes some of those worries out, but if you're not used to playing an Armored Core game, again, I picked 4 Answer back up, as you guys are seeing in the background, and it took me a minute to get reacclimated to it, and I was like, oh damn, this shit feels kind of crazy. But once I did, it starts flowing together. You start feeling it. Armored Core is, though, which is part of the reason why I did want to get some gameplay for you guys this week, along with having a conversation about it. It is a lot of what you're seeing on screen, though. Boosting around, moving, staying consistent, making sure that you're hitting your shots, and this new one is going to be even more aggressive. Again,
we've talked about that, right? Steel's not a heavy mech game.
No, it's not. It can feel like that, but it's not.
It can, depending on your build, but you're still, even with the heavy mechs in this game, you need to move. You can't sit around. You're not just going to sit there and overpower this game. It's not going to happen. You have to be finesse, right? You have to have finesse. You have to watch out. You have to be paying attention, right? Yeah, because you take too many direct shots, you're going to be done real fast, right? That's how this game works, and that's from software. That's why people, said it's the souls of mech games, not just because From made it, because it is got some elements to it where you need to be aware. You have to have situational awareness. It's not just a straight up, I'm a giant mech and I'm just going to fire missiles and large lasers at you all day, and you're just going to stand there for me. No. You're going to be moving around. You're going to be dodging their own stuff. But still, like you said, that's an interesting point that I didn't think about watching the Armored Core 6 stuff, is the ammo and the reserves. I didn't really see that. I didn't see that in the videos, and you're right about that, because in the other Armored Cores, the past Armored Cores, that was a big priority. You had to decide where you were going to use your missiles, especially your missile pods, depending on how many you were carrying. Yeah, it's really easy to use the missiles to take out helicopters in different flights, but did you really want to waste them there? Because you wind up running out, and then what you're down to is lasers, and
or nothing.
That's gonna or nothing, and that's gonna be a problem. But getting back to what I was saying, I am kind of sad it's coming out, but the gameplay this week looked awesome. And even some of the arena gameplay that came out later that was kind of leaked out,
right?
Which was the multiplayer. It definitely looked interesting. Now, like somebody like Jasper looking at it could say, well, no, it's just a whole bunch of movement and you're not really doing anything and you can't hit each other. But I saw the strategy. I saw the old Armored Core strategy between the two types of mechs that were fighting. Mm-hmm. One dude was waiting for an opening to get that close, get in close, boost in close, and then mess him up with the sword, right? That's what he was waiting for. He was biding his time to time that thing out where he could hop in there real quick, slash him, which took off a ton of energy, and then duck back out again, and then go back to missile, laser, that is Armored Core gameplay. Now, again, if you go back and watch old videos of the multiplayer, when you got a team of 3, there was some strategy because you could have 2 light mechs in there to try to distract, and then the heavy mech move around.
Or sitting in the heavy mech
position themselves, sniping or unleashing hell with missile pods after missile pods hitting from the back, and it was over with real quick.
Making it rain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Steel rain, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's definitely good stuff to see coming back. So yeah, we had some really good gameplay stuff this week. We had some interesting news. Tencent making moves again. We'll talk about a little bit about that, maybe too as well. Taking a majority stake in Techland. We've got the list came out. Somebody on Twitter, I posted in our DM Steel that kind of listed out what Tencent owns now, because we knew this was coming. Crazy. We knew this was coming. Tencent's been doing it for a while. Obviously, with the ABK acquisition, it's going to open up even more acquisitions here. And Tencent isn't sitting on their hands. They're out here making moves, making sure they get theirs. So, just a lot of interesting little things this week, but we're going to get into it. But it's great to be here on a Saturday with you all. Thank you all for joining us yet again. Please, if you can, hit that like button, share us out. We are still on the mission of 1K to get there. So again, that's the ultimate goal. And then obviously beyond that, right? That never changes, even though, we are now YouTube partners. It doesn't change for me and Steel. We're not going to sit back. This is what we wanted to do all along. So we're going to have a good time today. We're going to have a good time. So Steel, that's been pretty much my week. And I'm glad to see you, brother.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you too, man. We'll definitely talk about because I know we're going to talk about some of the games and stuff that we're playing. You said you want to talk about Remnant after. We'll do that. We'll definitely do that after we talk about our upcoming games. But it's for me, as you guys can kind of see, it has been some Armored Core 4 ants for me jumping back in there. I only just did that yesterday, though. Outside of that, again, it has definitely been a ton of Remnant. That's been the kind of the mainstay right now. I put Diablo off to the side. I'm actually debating, not debating, but probably thinking about jumping back into Diablo this weekend. So I can put some time into the season and see what I like and what I don't like about it, right? We got some people around us who are level 70 or around there. I believe that was Shontu came through the party last night, and he's up there, and he said it feels all right. Some of the Malignant Hearts and whatnot feel okay. And some of the stuff that I've seen, they had another campfire chat yesterday. I wasn't really able to determine whether the people felt negative about it or what. There was some things that came out again about it that were kind of like, why is that still a problem? But I'll have to bring some of those things up because I can't remember exactly what problem that was. Whether that would have been with the stash space or damage or something. It was something of that nature. I don't recall.
I didn't get a chance to watch it either, Steel. So
but they are buffing sorcerer and barbarian. So there's that. Again, take that for what you want. Eastside Vandal says live a split screen, play PoE instead, Path of Exile. Yeah. And I
was just gonna mention that.
Path of Exile 2, actually they ended up showing more from their game. And yeah, it looks like they're trying to hammer home that they are the new Diablo, right? They are here to stay also. They're not here to play games with y'all. And that they're actually learning from the things that they've experienced in their own game, right? Path of Exiles has been out for quite some time and has kind of stepped into the foray after Diablo 3, especially with how long it took for that game to become what it was at the end. Path of Exile walked right on in and enamored a lot of people. There's a consistent player base. There's a lot of people who would rather play even currently Path of Exile than Diablo 4 right now. I heard Mav and them talking about it yesterday. Path of Exiles is an extremely interesting game, but it's just a very complex and a deep game too. And for me, again, as somebody that I put a little bit of time in Path of Exile, about 10 hours, nothing extravagant or anything like that. I put it like I put in Diablo. The thing that gets me more about Diablo than Path of Exile is Diablo's not as complicated. I can step away from Diablo, right? Mm-hmm. Path of Exile, it's very MMO-ish in the way that it makes you feel like, oh, I need to keep playing. I need to keep progressing. Oh, I got this big Paragon board. I need to keep leveling up. And a lot of what you see now, though, especially if you jump into the first Path of Exile, there is a lot of video content out there, though, for you to check out if you want to build to follow. So there is that benefit. And they're much more wide-ranging, right, than what we're kind of seeing with Diablo. But again, Path of Exile has been out for some time. Diablo 4 is brand new. Again, I keep hearing more people say that, oh, well, the game's going to be good in Season 6. And again, I cannot agree with that mindset, that mentality. The game should have been what it needed to be up front. Again, longevity in the game is always going to be part of a conversation. It's just, I wanted to see Blizzard and Diablo really learn from their past and give Path of Exile a reason to maybe pack their lunchbox up a little bit differently.
They did. But I was going to say real quick, Steel, I didn't mean to jump in on you, but with that Path of Exile showing yesterday, they did hand Blizzard a little bit of a favor by pushing it out, by it no longer being an update to Path of Exile 1. They are going full launch release, and beta doesn't start until next year. So they handed Blizzard some more time here to get their stuff straight before Path of Exile 2 drops, because if Path of Exile 2 was supposed to be ready in 2019. This is how big this game has gotten, and they confirmed yesterday it's no longer an update to Path of Exile 1. We are doing a full new game launch. That's how big it's gotten, because if this thing was ready to rock, Steel, later this year, and Blizzard was still kind of in the situation where they're patching, trying to figure out what they did wrong, and Path of Exile 2 dropped, Diablo could have some problems, some bigger problems, but that's not the case. They're not going to be, Path of Exile 2 is not going to be ready until next year. They're not going to start beta till next year. So they've got some time to fix things, because from what I'm seeing of Path of Exile 2, like you just said, Steel, they learned from Path of Exile 1. They've leaned into the strengths that people loved. Again, over 1,500 skills in their skill tree. Okay, it looks like they upped their classes, and the graphically, Steel, it looks on par with Diablo 4, bro. Like some of the special effects, I was like, yo. So when Path of Exile 2 drops, Blizzard better be ready for it, because they're going to have some major competition out of this game, especially being free to play. People can hop in, try it out. Man, it's looking good. I'm excited for Path of Exile 2. That go check this out. I put more time into Path of Exile 1 than you did, Steel. It does have its issues. It does have its convoluted nature. It can get you lost. Like you said, Steel, there are plenty of people out there who put out videos that you can walk you through it and get you started, but it can be overwhelming compared to Diablo when you first jump into it and you're trying to figure out what you need to do. But if they've learned from that and they've given you some quality of life stuff in Path of Exile 2, and just expanded upon what makes them different from Diablo, it could find a real stronghold, Steel. There's a lot to love about Path of Exile, and Path of Exile 2 looks even better, man. I can't wait. Next year's gonna be fun. I didn't mean to hop all over you, but
no, you're definitely you're perfectly fine. I was trying to see if Path of Exile was Unreal. From what I'm seeing, no, they're using their own proprietary engine, from what I can tell.
And your purchases, if you do hop into Path of Exile 1, and you do pick up some armor, you do pick up some stuff, right? If you spend a little money, carries over to Path of Exile 2.
See, that's super dope. That's super dope. That's going to give people a reason to jump in. Anybody that's kind of hating on Diablo 4 right now, it's going to give them a reason to jump into Path of Exile. That's very tempting, actually, to hear that your stuff is going to carry over into the next game, even if it's supposed to be an add-on to your first game. I mean, again, I can see them doing something very similar with WoW. Right, they could do a WoW 2 and have all the stuff from the first game kind of carry over, cosmetic wise at least, to give people an additional reason to either maybe jump into WoW if they haven't, or the people who have been playing, you'll make sure that you have a consistent and a player base of people that would even come back and say, wow, I get to keep my cosmetics from the last time I played. Maybe I got to sign in because I haven't signed in a while, but outside of that, I get to keep all that stuff. Man, I haven't played World of Warcraft in 6 years, and I get to get all those cosmetics. That's super dope. I would love to see something like that happen, but to hear Path of Exile 2 is carrying over that stuff, that's super dope. That's super dope. But yeah, I was trying to make sure nobody in chat was saying anything important as far as that. Jay Rambert says, salute for the $5. Says, salute to the homie Pawn Soul. Do you guys think they'll bring Final Fantasy VII Remake to Xbox?
After
we'll see.
Go ahead, Seal. You answer first. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we're gonna have to see at this point. If they don't end up doing it a year after, 6 months later, after they release the second part to Final Fantasy VII Remake, if the two games don't end up dropping on Xbox within 6 months to a year when that game comes out, then I don't think those games are ever going to come until it's fully complete, until the full story's been told. Which again, for some people, Bong mentioned that's probably gonna be a good time for him to jump in at that point. But again, it's definitely going to depend. I didn't mean to go to be right back screen. I'm over here swapping a bunch of stuff. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there we go. The video stopped for a second, and I'm over here just swapping screens. Sorry. Hopefully you can still hear me. But anyway. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that ends up playing out.
I've always said all along that if it's going to eventually show up on Xbox, it will be after they complete the game, right? If it's 3 parts, which we're assuming it's 3 parts, if it's 3 parts, that they will eventually put out the complete edition on Xbox down the road. I think PlayStation locked up these initial 3, and I don't think that Square is going to put in the resources to go back and make the games for Xbox until this is all done. And then I think we might have an opportunity at a complete version, right? So that's been my feeling on it since the beginning, ever since the first one didn't show up after the timed exclusivity supposedly ran out. Now with the new CEO, with Phil dropping off the bags again over at Square, is it possible? Once timed exclusivity runs out for PlayStation, whatever that is, yeah, it's certainly possible we get them sooner, but I think that they wait until this game is completely done, all 3 parts are out, and then they go back and make that complete version for Xbox. That's my
and then you have the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy.
Yep.
Again, I mean, it's going to be a way for people to invest. I don't think it's the best way, but again, if you're getting Final Fantasy 14, I don't know if Xbox will end up getting 16. I know we'll get it on PC. They've already made that announcement, and we'll see how those things go. I still have an interesting feeling about that because I don't think the Final Fantasy 16 did terribly, or only released on one console and it being next gen.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think Square Enix sees that as a fail at all. I think it does pretty well, especially in comparison to the other games that were released on multi-platform. So with everything into consideration, I mean, again, Final Fantasy 16 did what it was supposed to do. It could have done better. Yeah, I'm always going to stand behind that. Yeah, I mean, you got 40 million consoles out there. You sold 3 million. Again, but for Final Fantasy, that's kind of been the trend too. So unfortunately, those games just don't sell the way that they used to, and people don't have that same affection or care for them, whether that be because of the gameplay style or just because of the direction that they've chosen to go. So. Hey, I like you. I like you zoomed in right there. But yeah, so yeah, you zoomed in a little bit somehow.
Did I?
Yeah.
That's weird. I was bringing it up because I'm looking at YouTube and my color is completely different than what I see.
Yeah,
I look like I'm wearing lipstick, bro.
Oh, you wearing lipstick? Hold on.
Yeah, it looks like I'm wearing lipstick.
It looks like you're wearing lipstick. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah,
let me see if we can adjust that a little bit so you don't look like you're wearing lipstick.
It's just different from what I see on normal on our Zoom. From what I've said, everything's different.
Just a little saturation. That's all it is.
Yeah. That's what
I was
gonna. That's what I was gonna drop down. So all right,
I turned down saturation on my end.
I
You're good.
appreciate it.
So that should have you rocking and rolling, looking pretty cute now. Hopefully, just want I want you to feel comfortable, man. You know, I want you to be feel cute in your skin. You know.
Yeah. I was just noticing it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that does look better, sir.
That's perfect.
Eastside Panel says that's the cocoa butter bringing out your color out.
Ooh.
Listen, Eastside. Listen, I love my cocoa butter though. I do. It is good stuff. All right, let's see here. So you were already. What were you? Oh yeah, we were just talking about Final Fantasy. We were going off on a tangent here. These are our intros, and once again, chat's got us going in all different directions here, sir, which is good. I like that.
Yeah, Dakota was saying in chat that they just dropped the bag off talking about Xbox at Sony for Crunchyroll, 75 days with Game Pass Ultimate. I did see that. If you're into anime, if you want to check out some new anime or whichever the case, definitely take advantage of that and check out Crunchyroll. They have a lot of good stuff on there. Definitely do that. Part of your Game Pass Ultimate subscription. And that's all you telling Fahim what was in the background. All right, so it looks like that's locked and loaded. I think this will be the perfect opportunity for us to, since Remnant is a big part of our gameplay that we've had this week, we'll go ahead and knock out our upcoming games segment, so you guys can know what's kind of upcoming, at least within the next week, and then we'll jump into some Remnant conversation and kind of lead off from there. So let's get it locked and loaded. That's what we're gonna do. I think so. I think that sounds like a good plan. Let me know how you guys are feeling this morning. Hopefully your week hasn't beat you up too bad or anything like that. I have started streaming a little bit more throughout the week. And again, it's kind of off and on. Timing is everything. But I typically try to do it within the evening. So definitely keep that in mind. If you're looking for something late at night, tune into around 10 Central. Definitely look out for Live Split Screen. We might have something live there. Just in case I'm feeling a little frisky.
Yeah. All right, let's see what we got here. So this is going to be the week of the 31st, the end of July, getting into August. Hold
on, Paul. Hold on, real quick. No, because I got it since I changed this to bring your audio from a different source. I just want to make sure I brought you in, so you're good now.
Okay. Sure. So again, we are leading into August here, folks. Again, a shorter week as far as list of games go here. There's one big one, which I'm sure you all, again, if you're playing PC, which I am now, is a big one. And we've talked about it plenty here. But other than that, we'll also pull up Xbox Wire here as well and see if there's anything smaller in there that we can get into this week as well. But so we're going to go to Game Informer here, and we're starting with July 31st. And we're going to start off with little F1 Manager 2023. That's right. For all you racing fans out there, you F1 fans, especially over on the European side of things, where F1 is huge across the globe, then, of course, this is going to be a big one for a lot of people. People love the sim-style game. So F1 Manager 2023, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC, July the 31st. And then, of course, we're going to move into Venba coming July 31st to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, Xbox One, Switch, and PC as well. And this is a game from Visai Games, published by themselves, developed by themselves, and it is an adventure game coming out on July 31st. So go check out Venba. Let's see here what else we got coming up here still. Of course, August the 3rd. This is the big one. I will be here day one. I am potentially taking off Friday next week, so I'll be playing this. I may even attempt to do a little streaming if I am off. If Steel can get me up and running, we might try to stream a little bit. We'll see where we get with this. But Baldur's Gate 3 full launch August 3rd for PC. Of course, it's not coming until September 6th for PlayStation 5, and we don't yet have a date for the Xbox versions, as you all know. But Baldur's Gate 3, Larian is they're changing how the perception of these types of games are going to be going forward. In fact, we've had developers already warning us that this is going to be a one-off game, that most CRPGs, classic style RPG games like this will not get this type of resources and budget very often. So don't think that this is now the future of CRPGs going forward. Again, it's been funny how many developers jumped out here and been like, whoa. Just look at this as a unique one. Okay. So, but Larian, they're doing their thing. Again, I played the pre-release here. They confirmed that the saves, if you played the pre-release on PC, your saves will not carry over to the full version. They said there was far too many changes. So you will be starting from scratch coming up on the full release. But again, a lot of people waiting on this game for varying reasons. Of course, a lot of people are bear lovers, so they are excited for it.
Whoa.
That is not me. But I'm excited for it because what I played is absolutely a classic D&D experience. But again, the bar has been set by Larian. Graphically, cutscenes, all of that, the acting, off the charts. This is going to be a great game. Again, I am so freaking excited to get this full release come this week. So August 3rd, Baldur's Gate 3 dropping for PC. And again, September 6th for all you PlayStation players out there. God, man.
They said the only thing that Baldur's is gating is the Series S.
Yep. That's true, Steel. That was a good one right there.
Shout out to chat for that. I see.
Yeah. Oh, Chad came out with that one. Thank you, chat. That was definitely a good one.
Derek, what's going on?
All right. So August 3rd, that's it. That's all we got on Game Informer. Let's hop over to Xbox Wire here real quick. We already talked about F1 Manager. We already talked about Vemba. We've got Night Reverie coming out August 1st. Night Reverie is a puzzle adventure game in which a child must solve the mystery behind the distortion of his house, enjoy a variety of dreamlike environments, and discover the truth behind this bizarre place. There must be an answer to all of this and a way to return things back to normal. So that's Night Reverie coming out August 1st. There is no light. That is also coming out August 1st. After a large-scale catastrophe, the remnants of humanity took refuge underground, where they founded a new religious society. Forgetting sunlight, they blindly worship the god of the new world, the Great Hand. Okay? Every few years, the Great Hand descends to the central station and takes chosen newborns to the world hidden behind the huge temple gates. The protagonist goes on a dangerous journey through a hostile world, hoping to find a way to open the gates of the temple and return his child. Okay. That sounds interesting. We got Oceanhorn 2, Knights of the Lost Realm coming August 2nd. Oceanhorn 2, Knights of the Lost Realm, set 1,000 years before the events of the first chapter, takes you on a magical journey across a vast world of Gaia, whichever one you want to go with, Gaia. Brimming with mythology and lore, a young knight faces the impossible challenge as warlock Mesmeroth has returned with a formidable dark army. Will our hero be able to unite Horus, Gilfolk, and men in a fight for the fate of the world?
Probably
all right,
not.
so we go. Probably not. Potata Fairy Flower coming out on August 2nd. This adventure platformer tells the story of a young witch exploring fairy forest to find herself and save her home. Join her quest now. Immerse yourself into a picture-perfect fantasy. Solve numerous puzzles, fight enemies, reveal all the secrets, and don't forget to save the world. We've got Roads of Time 2 Odyssey coming August 2nd. Embark on an incredible journey through various locations in ancient Greece, rich in ancient monuments and legendary creatures in this exciting but casual strategy game. Includes many diverse tasks, more than 40 levels, a comical plot, simple and addictive gameplay, as well as a fantastic world. Find treasures, restore historical monuments, defeat monsters from the legends of old, and employ resourceful management. We got Save Cook. In Save Cook, you play as a mafia godfather who is basically besieged inside his own panic room. Someone in the city decided to take your place, and there is a sleeper mole inside your family who is acting as we speak. Time is running out. You only have 6 days to solve the plot, discover who is behind this conspiracy, resolve the problem, and send the challenger to feed the fish. Save Cook on August 2nd. We got the Red Exile survival horror. First-person survival horror gets a roguelike twist in the Red Exile, where every playthrough is randomized across procedurally generated map to keep you on your toes, while elements of the handcrafted puzzles and level design are layered within. Your task is to perform an exile right to rid this realm of your maniac pursuer before he can kill you first. The Red Exile survival horror. We got Adore on August 3rd. Adore is a monster taming action game where the main character, Luca, shout out to Luca, can summon and control creatures to fight by his side in a simple and innovative way. Customize your gameplay according to the creatures you capture. Each of them has very different characteristics and abilities. That is Adore. We got Wispike Survivors. Spike Survivors. Cultivate the strongest monster in the Horde survivor farming game. Fight against waves of creatures to beef up your Wispike and use its seeds to create even stronger hybrids. Wispike Survivors blends two trendy game genres, Horde Survivor and Farm Simulator. In this game, you will control one of the Sword of the Necromancer's monsters and make it fight with other critters to make it stronger. All right, Pokemon Go. Let's go. Astrologia. Sounds like a lube. Astrologia. Whoa. Inspired by turn-based JRPG games and anime with a touch of American sitcom. What? Inspired by turn-based JRPGs games and anime with a touch of American sitcom, somewhere in between. Astrologia starts as a comedy slice of life series. What is this? It starts with a comedy slice of life series that follows the lives of the students of martial arts and magic school as they deal with the trials and tribulations of everyday life in the world of astrologia. Okay. All right. Death Becomes You. August 4th, Death Becomes You is a murder mystery visual novel set in a magical university. Who murdered your best friend? You find 4 suspicious students at the scene as all of them turn on you and accuse you of the murder. How can you find the truth and prove your innocence? Untangle the reasons behind Lyra's death by building friendships with 4 of your fellow magic students. So you're going to build friendships after they just accused you of murder? Okay. All right. Interesting. Sapu. Sapu is a young frog who lives in the frog village located in the frog forest. On a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, Sapu is awakened by other villagers informing him that his grandfather has been bitten by a poisonous carnivorous plant while catching fireflies for dinner and that he was on the brink of death. Sapu despairs, but soon has an idea of how to save his grandfather and goes on an adventure in the forest. That's Sapu, August 4th. We got Strange Horticulture. August 4th, Strange Horticulture is an occult puzzle game in which you play as the proprietor of a local plant store. Find and identify new plants, pet your cat, speak to your coven, or join a cult. Use your collection of powerful plants to influence the story and unravel Undermere's dark mysteries. Ultimate General Gettysburg. Ultimate General Gettysburg is a critically acclaimed tactical battle simulator that allows you to lead thousands of soldiers in Battle of Gettysburg as a commander of Union or Confederate Army. The game features the most accurately created map, complex morale, innovative control mechanics, and smart AI. Your decisions and military performance play a crucial role in the result. Hey, shout out to that. You want to relive the Civil War? This sounds like your strategy game right there. That sounds kind of damn cool. Wild Tracks Racing. August 4th, in Wild Tracks Racing, you'll enjoy the wildest and most spectacular races in natural environments featuring several game modes such as arcade and 4-player multiplayer. Plus, you will be able to compare your best times with friends and players around the world on the online ranking chart. So that's your Xbox Wire games this week. Hopefully you all heard something that you're going to play, jump into. Again, plenty going around out here. Don't need too many more games, but there's always room for more. We're gamers. There's always room for another one. At your Xbox Wire and your Game Informer upcoming week of games. Steel, do you want to shout out the chat while I do run to the bathroom quick myself here? Before we get
you guys darn right I can.
You darn right you can. I know you're eating, so I do
apologize. No, you're good. I just need to get something to rejuvenate my soul. Anyway. Tim the Sorcerer. I saw somebody say, hey, in America, what is your guys' like favorite sitcom? The best sitcom? I would probably have to go with either Prince or the Martin Lawrence show. One to two, for me personally. Tim the Sorcerer, you can win as the South. Oh, I got you for talking about that one game. Nice. Jesse B, what's going on? Used to play Ultimate War before the Creative Assembly games. Hey, there you go. Blue Moon FC was popping. Talos Ray, you got Tim the Sorcerer in here. What's going on? Tom from Toonami. Also, shout out for the memberships. That was an extremely beautiful thing to see. Shout out to Chris Jones for the $5 super chat, saying a Uden Chronicles 100 Heroes delayed till Q2 of 2024. Pong, so you will have plenty of Starfield time. There you go. Somebody did end up sending us some memberships, ladies and gentlemen. So, if you ended up being a member and you were gifted a membership, I believe that was Decado who ended up doing that. Again, Decado, I want to show you some love. Greatly appreciate that. But enjoy our RTS view in ECP emotes that I dropped down in there. It's one of the main things that you do get as a member. There's something else that I was planning on doing as far as like maybe doing some member only streams. Of course, people can always tune in afterwards, but just to give people some additional content, right? But I don't know. I don't think we're quite ready for that yet, but that is kind of a goal of mine, to where having some content, some streams, some member only streams, I think would be super dope for some of the new games and whatnot. So Blue Moon says cheers still. Fresh Prince cool. I don't think we've had the Martin Lawrence show in the UK. We'll try to find out. Yeah, man, it was really good. It's definitely really good. A lot of humor in there, a lot of fun times. Again, you want to see comedy kind of getting back to what comedy is. That means definitely a good example of it, right? Friends is extremely overrated. Friends, Seinfeld, I like all of that. I never got it. Like, people like always big up those shows and like, oh man, I just turn it on for the background. And it's like, I wouldn't even turn on for that. But I'm not the dude who just turns on the TV to just have it on in the background. Like, I don't know. I don't get that concept, but you know, that's me. Who else we got in here? Chris Jones locked in. Let's hit you up with that super chat. We have Blue Moon Rocket. Black Card Date, what's going on? Derek stopped on in here. How you feeling? Retro Nerd, Eastside Vandal. What's going on, y'all? How y'all feeling? Hopefully your week hasn't beat you up too hard, and Saturday is gonna be a good start to your weekend. Perfect Shogun, what's going on, man? We got all those people running through Naraka now, man. Hopefully they got a lot more PlayStation, at least. Hopefully they help keep a consistent player base and where you don't have to fight as many bots and whatnot. El Nini, what's going on? He's F1. He's excited for that. Shout out to F1. I got Nixie in the chat. What's going on? Fahim Scott, Future Generations, Tando Stop Through. What's going on? Got Dusty. What's going on? How you feeling? Who else we got in here? Dark Zone 2525. What's going on? Who else we got in here locked and loaded with us today? God Emperor Sofa King. What's going on? If I didn't shout you out, just go ahead and drop a little something in chat if you can. If not, and you're on the back end listening, look, I greatly appreciate you listening, and I would just like to shout you out if I can. And on the audio side of things, hey, give us a little shout out in the comments or something in the review, and we'll make sure that that's also highlighted on the very next episode of Living Split Screen, just so you guys know what's going on. And Razor NZ says, have a great show, LSS. Time for some Z's. It's 3 a.m. here. Hey, well, I appreciate you even just opening the video up that late at night before you get into bed. Hopefully you have a good evening. Stay safe out there and get plenty of sleep. M. Gene, what's going on? Appreciate you coming through, man. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, again, I guess while Pong's stepped away for a second, the very next thing that we're going to end up getting into is definitely going to be some Remnant. Oh, and Pong is back. That's perfect. So we just got done shouting out the chat, Pong. And now we're getting ready to get into some of that good old Remnant 2 conversation. Remnant 2 is a very unique and very special game in many ways. I will say, because as someone I probably have about 40 hours in the game, somewhere around there. It's actually for as much time that I put into it, I feel like the game I've been playing it for a lot longer than that. But nonetheless, so I am towards the end game of, or at the end game of what Remnant is. Remnant thus far has been an amazing experience, but it's also an experience that has an end to it, right? This isn't a game where you'll get into it and be like, oh man, I'm just gonna play this forever. Not necessarily. Now, there are secrets to be found. There's and other things that can be done through multiple playthroughs that even we haven't figured out. It is somebody, I beat the game on normal. I beat the game on veteran now. I started an adventure mode run on Nightmare. That was feeling pretty good. But was taking some losses due to some dumb stuff. Again, when your form of difficulty is just me taking additional damage or taking more damage, I don't know if that's a good form of difficulty. Like, give me some smarter AI, maybe. Give me more enemies on screen. Like, those are the types of things that help garner good difficulty, in my opinion. Just making me take more damage isn't that, right? Especially in a game where you can't upgrade your armor or anything like that. So it's like they probably set it up like that on purpose, but you're deliberately like trudging up a hill for your own reasons. I do feel like I'm at a point with Remnant 2 now. I'm not necessarily saying burnt out or anything like that, but I've reached the end of the game, and there's not necessarily anything that I would want to grind for additionally. There's some classes and stuff like that you have to, like that we found in another class called the Archon class. That seems really dope, but you have to do multitudes of steps throughout your gameplay sessions and even adventure modes, and hopefully get access to some of these things to be able to unlock this class. Along with you have to beat the game. So there is that. The biggest turn off, and again, I want to kind of lead off with some negatives before I get into my positives. I think the biggest turn off for me is the fact that there isn't a more of an underlying reason to jump in and stay committed to it, like a Diablo, for an example. You're not going to get that type of time out of it. I mean, at least for me in our play sessions. Now, it could be different for other people. Again, I see a lot of people. Was helping somebody out the other day that was playing on Nightmare difficulty, and this person had to have just started the game for the first time, or something to that nature. I got in there, was helping him out, and he was just walking out into the enemies. And when I say the enemies would 2-tap you, 3-tap you, especially as somebody that he had like the default armor on, like he had like the gunslinger class armor on, and I was like, oh, okay. Maybe he just unlocked this class. But the way that he was also playing, or way that they were playing, was kind of telling me that they are newer to the game, and starting off on Nightmare difficulty is not the best option. It also tells you in that difficulty option that they would recommend that you actually have some decent gear before you start that difficulty up. So that's something to keep in mind. You don't get anything from playing on the harder difficulties outside of just experience, right? I was trying to think if there was anything else. But yeah, it's just experience that you get for playing on the higher difficulties, which is also a little bit of a turn off for me, because it's like, well, if somebody like, I want to play on Nightmare mode, but I'm not going to get anything additionally for beating it on that mode. And beating that last boss on veteran was enough. I had to do it solo, and it just wasn't good enough for me. Sorry, Paul, you should be good to go. Because I saw Jasper say that Paul was muted real quick. Talo says, I like Remnant 1. I wait for a sale for the second. Yeah, and do that. I mean, again, the game is also $49.99, $50 for the game. I don't think it's a bad price. $70 a full price game. You're getting all the DLC and all the content with it. So that's really dope. But again, just to finish up my negatives on the game, it's just, there's not an end game progression per se, but this game isn't that. The first one wasn't that way. The second game isn't that way. It's a game that you're supposed to play multitudes of times, try to unlock everything that you can in the game, and then go from there. Again, that's just me. I'm also not the gamer that tends to play games multitudes of times without having a reason to play those multitudes of times, and and getting the additional classes and stuff that we've done has been fun, and jumping in and helping people out, that's also can be fun, as long as people are pulling their weight and whatnot. But as far as the overall positives about the game, again, if those are my negatives, the positives are definitely leaps and bounds, much more positive, I guess I would say. The gameplay is immaculate. The game feels unique. It's very creative. There's so many moments in that game to where I've asked myself, like, what the hell are we doing? Where are we at? What did we just run into? What is going on here? And there's probably still a bit of those moments to be had in the game. But that's number one. The creativity, I cannot speak anything less about, because they really did. The Gunfire Games really did their thing with this one. It has me extremely excited to see what they're going to do with a third game, if that's in the cards, or more so what they're going to end up doing with the DLC, because I can only imagine what this game is going to feel like once you get some additional zones in there. Which is another kind of negative for me. I felt like the first game did have a little bit more variety, but this second game, maybe it doesn't have as many zones, but it still feels more fleshed out than the first one does. So there's that. The second thing, all the guns feel unique, in my opinion, at least. The different versions of the guns that you can end up unlocking or finding, that feels really dope to see. The mix and match and armor is very unique. I'm glad that I actually like the fact that they removed the set bonuses that they had previously. I think it does open it up for a little bit more diversity as far as how your character overall looks, since they don't have transmog. I do feel like that's a missed opportunity, because maybe you could have still had some sets or given armor some other benefits and made the armor feel more unique, because at a certain point, especially towards the end of the game, you're more so just putting armor on to get more armor. Right. So that you'll try to base your look off of that, and you'll have to make some sacrifices. And I don't know. I don't think that that's one of the, I just don't think that that's a good option, to really limit people on how they address that, especially in a game that's kind of, I was going to say that it's kind of based off of customization, but it's not. It's more so focused on this gameplay. But the customization aspect of it, especially with them having a character creator, I was expecting for them to kind of go next level with it a little bit. Maybe do some of those quality of life things like having transmog, just to give you that additional bit of variety, so you can wear literally whatever you want, look however you want, maybe even add some colors in there. Those are the types of things that are missing, that I think would have been really dope to see in this game, even if they would have just been tied behind, oh, you gotta do so many runs to get this color, you gotta do this to get these colors, to get these different customizations. I do know that the first game did offer other color variations and whatnot later on, so that might be something that they do here, but who knows. The overall difficulty of the game. On the base difficulty, I believe it's just called survival or whatever the case. The first difficulty that you could choose, I don't feel like it's unbalanced. I don't feel like it's overly difficult, for me personally, especially when you're starting off. Yeah, it could depend on where and what section that you start off in, but I do feel like the game pretty much eases you kind of into the experience, right? At least in my personal opinion. Now, when you get to the boss, it can feel a little bit differently, and that's when it does open up as a, hey, this is a Souls game. You need to pay attention to what the boss is doing. Hey, or when you're fighting the enemies, this is a Souls game. You need to pay attention to if there's enemies around you. Like me, I'm so overly obsessed with all the audio cues, because it's like there's always something going on, or there's the additional noises that you'll hear that make me paranoid. So I'm out looking around and trying to figure out, well, what is moving so I don't get jumped. Because again, when you start playing on the harder difficulties, like a nightmare mode, you get me getting hit 2 times versus playing on that first difficulty. There's a dramatic difference. And one of the things I don't like, but nonetheless, it is in many ways, and I don't want anybody to be confused with that, it is Souls with guns. But me saying that, I do want people to understand that this game is easier to jump into than a typical Souls game would be, in my opinion. Again, the guns really do that for you. The abilities really help you out with that. It's like if Outriders in a Dark Souls game had a baby. This is essentially what this game is. Not so much emphasis on the abilities, because it is more so the gunplay is the focus of the game, right? But the abilities do add on. Nixie says living split screen is R2. I'm assuming that's Remnant 2, beatable on solo run. Of course it's beatable on a solo run. Look, I'm not going to gatekeep difficulty, and I'm not going to tell people that some things are easier than others. We even ran into our own difficulty things going on while we were playing co-op. But again, the game does adjust for you playing in co-op, so you got to take that into consideration. I think that the game is easily beatable solo. Easily. Like, it's without a question. But again, because it has those Souls roots, you have to understand that there are things that you have to pay attention to. There's iframes. You can dodge through attacks. 95% of the attacks you can dodge through. So, and if you don't keep those things in mind, you get overly paranoid and you're trying to dodge away from everything. Some things you got to dodge into to get out of, and just try to eat the iframe, and so you don't hit, so you don't take that damage, or whichever the case. But I think it's 100% beatable on a solo run subjectively. That's not even saying like, oh, because I had a tough time. No, I mean, on veteran I would say no, maybe that's not the way that you should probably play, because there is some difficulty there, and those enemies do hit like a truck, and if you don't have armor and whatnot, you're going to take some of that additional damage. I mean, Paul was saying a lot of that, right? You know, we're playing on, you come into my world, we're playing on veteran, and it's like, damn, I'm taking fucking more. Yeah, that's what it is. And that's another thing that is a little bit of a turn off for me. It was just like, again, you have me grinding for this gear or whichever the case. I get this set, I'm over 120 armor or whichever, and I still feel like I've taken the same amount of damage that I was at the beginning of the game. It's weird to me. Souls isn't necessarily like that. So,
Yobi, you crack me up, brother. Yeah, you go watch any fun speculation streams where I'm on there and we're playing games. Yeah, you get the pirate pong.
Yeah, 100%.
That's 100%.
And like Jasper says in the chat, the game is in some ways is easier solo. I do have to agree with that. I actually I would change that and say I think in many ways it's easier solo than it is in co-op. You can take your time. The enemies take the proper amount of damage. You can kind of focus on really paying attention to what the bosses are doing for you. So it's like that solo experience. I can see a lot of people jumping in and having a fun time with. Though I can also see people who don't traditionally like Souls games jumping into this and saying, "Oh, well, I don't like Souls with melee weapons. Maybe I like it with guns." And you get into the experience and still find out that, oh, well, this is what I don't like about these games. Again, that is very much there, but the creativity I can't speak any more highly on. It was absolutely amazing. I love the character designs in this game. Love the enemy designs in this game. Love the world designs in this game. Game has a decent story, solid story. Nothing that's like extravagant or complicated or anything like that. But it's definitely interesting. And overall, for a game, again, that has flown under the radar quite a bit for a lot of people. And even the first Remnant did a lot of the same. But for a game that really flew under the radar, I think this is going to be a highly underrated game for a lot of people, like, once again, which is kind of unfortunate. I do want more people to be able to play this. I do think that there was a lot more people who jumped into Remnant 2 this time around than they did with 1.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I am seeing that a lot more people are getting excited when they hear us talk about it, or when I'm hear other people talking about it, and I see people in the chat like, oh wow, I didn't even know about that game. Oh, that game's like this. Or when I'm going through and I'm watching other people play the game, what they're going through, and there are people in the chat are like, yo, what is this? Like, this game is crazy, and and they're seeing how the gameplay's playing out. I was like, wow, this looks like a game I can get into. So, I believe Jasper said something else about the game. Let me make sure I'm not missing out anything. Jasper said earlier, I just found out yesterday that they made a small prequel game called Chronos Before the Assets. It's more of a roguelike where
Yep.
when you die, your character grows older.
Yep.
Okay,
Rose from
nice.
the Ashes. I've seen that. I've seen that game. Never played it, but I've seen it plenty. I did
Nice.
not realize that was Gunfire, and I did not believe that was actually considered a prequel. Makes sense because it's Chronos from the Ashes, right? Or whatever. What is it called? Chronos before the Ashes. And obviously, Remnant 1 was Remnant from the Ashes, right? So obviously, that makes a lot of sense. But I had never played it before. But now you got me interested in going back and maybe checking that out at some point too. I want to see what that plays like.
Fahim asked question, Steel Rain, is ammo hard to come by? No. Ammo's not hard to come by.
In the beginning.
But you need to make sure that you're killing the smaller enemies because those are the ones that are dropping it majority of the ammo for you. There can be some moments where it kind of gets to the nitty gritty, but that's what your secondary weapon is for. This game is definitely one of those to where you want to make sure that both of your guns are viable, right? Because there can't be a situation where you're fooling around. Like I have an LMG, for an example. It takes forever to load that gun sometimes. It's sometimes, even though my LMG does a good amount of damage and I can instantly reload it with one of my ammo abilities or whatever the case, when it gets to those moments to where there's a lot going on, there's other enemies and whatnot, it's fast for me just to pull out my electric gun and just start shocking shit. And then when we get a moment, pull out the LMG again, and then reload it that way. My fault. Go ahead, Bone.
No, I was going to say, and the melee weapons are very viable.
Yes.
So very viable. When you find a melee weapon that works for your style, it's awesome. Like it's not like, oh, now I got to pull out my melee weapon, I'm in trouble. No, your melee weapon, especially if you start upgrading them, hits harder than even some of the guns do, and you can dispatch, especially like Steel was saying, some of your common enemies that are going to drop ammo for you. You can dispatch them pretty easily with your melee weapons, depending on the situation. I would say early on in the game, the ammo situation can feel like, depending on what level you're playing through, where you're going to run out. But then there's other things within your build, that you can actually add that'll give you more reserves, and that kind of stuff, which definitely helps out with the ammo situation. I don't find myself in that spot very often. And again, if you do, and you're having a tough time in that certain locale where you are running out of ammo, you can always go back to the crystal and start over again and reload and get your ammo back again. Of course, the enemies come back, but let's just say that you were running around too long in a certain spot and you got to that point where you're running out of ammo. Hey, go back and reload, and then you can run to your next objective because you cleared out so many of the smaller enemies before. Even though they come back, you can run through them and get to the next door or whatever you need to get to with no problem. So they give you a lot of different options. I think Steel hit on a lot of great points with Remnant 2. Now, I haven't played as long as he and Jasper have been. Jasper has been saying this is his personal game of the year right now. Steel definitely said it was in the conversation. It moved up, for him as well.
Yeah.
For me, I'm over 25, probably between 25 and 30 hours in at this point. And for me, like I said, this is my dark horse game of the year. This is something that should be in the conversation. I'm not going to go so far as to say that it even needs to be nominated this year, but I think that the design and the creativity of this game that Steel already brought up, that we've talked about previously when we first started playing this game last Friday, has to be highlighted here. We get so many games these days, and there's inspiration that's taken from other games. Obviously, we're to that point in 2023. Gaming industry has matured that much where you're going to see a lot of influence from games.
Right.
But it's what the devs do with that influence that it can still make it a unique experience. And like I said, you can see Elden Ring in this game. You can see Souls games in this ring. You can see, obviously a lot of From Software, but you can also see, some Bethesda to this game from Gunfire. When it comes to exploration and discovery, you can see a lot of different influences in this game. But how they put it all together, the recipe that they made to make Remnant 2 is extremely unique when you're playing it. And that, I think, stands out. That's what makes Remnant 2 stand out for me. It's how you are discovering things. It's how the stories are handcrafted, but yet me, Steel, Jasper, we can all have different playthroughs because it's procedurally generated levels with the handcrafted content. So you never know when that handcrafted content is going to pop up. And there are things that Steel have seen, Jasper have seen that I've never seen before that will pop up in my game at a different point in time. And I think that that was the reason why they made the post, the developers did, about some of their internal team having nearly 400 hours in the game and still not have seen everything. You can play through a level and not find the secrets. You can play through a level and have different secrets pop up. You can find a key in a level that you can't use in that playthrough, right? That you go back in adventure mode, and then all of a sudden that key is something that you come across a chest or a door or a boss or whatever the case may be. And all of a sudden now that is something that you need to use. That, again, that's why I call this kind of like I describe this game as a choose your own adventure book. If you guys are old enough to remember choose your own adventures, I know they still make them, but there was a time in the 80s for us that grew up during that time where choose your own adventure became gigantic, and they've kind of come back now. But that's kind of what this game is in a lot of ways. No, you get to make choices in the game, and they do have consequences, and they can determine whether or not you fight a boss or you talk your way through a situation and get two different rewards. But also the game itself is kind of a choose your own adventure, because the game itself randomly generates what's going to happen to you through that playthrough in that mode. And I think that is really what shines in this game for me personally. That's what makes my playthroughs just so enjoyable, because I never know what's going to happen. As far as the difficulty goes, like Steel was talking about, for me, as a non-Souls player, as a guy who does not like to get frustrated and bang his head over and over and over and over again against a brick wall, veteran level with 3 players playing with Steel and Jasper, which does scale even further the difficulty.
Yeah.
Has gotten to that point for me at certain times where, like Dragonheart Yobi he was watching our streams, and I was getting to the point where I was like, no, this is exactly what I hate.
It was a boss.
But,
what boss was it that we were fighting?
Bro, it was just stupid. Oh, it was the Red Baron or the Red Prince.
Okay, yeah.
Nah, the Red Prince with
it was
fire.
A little over the top. I ain't gonna lie. He was a little over the top. We beat him. We beat him. We finally got through. But for the people who like that challenge, this game is right up your alley in that if you're going to play on the higher difficulties. Now, what I've been warning people, because Mav said that he was getting frustrated right out the gate with the game. The beginning of the game can be frustrating, but what I will say is now that I played with Steel and Jasper, and I played at the higher difficulties, and yes, they ran through my world on normal, but now I've played there. When I go back to my world as a solo player and I'm playing on the normal level, it's like the perfect kind of level. I still will be challenged by bosses and, mini bosses. I still will be challenged there, but it doesn't feel insurmountable to me on solo play when I go back to my world on normal. So I would advise people who are going to jump into this game, if you're like me and you're not necessarily the Souls player, play on normal. Start building up your characters, get your multi-class going, because once you get your multi-class going, when you open up a secondary class, it really does change the feel of the game. And it changes the feel of your character. You instantly feel more powerful because you have access to more skills, and you have access, again, depending on what classes you pick and how you mix them, it can really change your experience from that point forward. And again, opening up new weapons, getting some of those boss weapons in your repertoire. Like Steel said, though, a lot of the normal weapons are very viable. Once you start upgrading them, they can be, depending on the mods you use and all that kind of stuff, it's a very viable to just use the regular weapons. But some of the boss weapons, like when we opened up the electro gun for your secondary weapon, that really changed for me, because that electro weapon, I love that. That's my favorite gun in the game.
Yeah, I love that game. And on normal in a solo build, the fact that I can have this electric gun that hits multiple enemies at one time,
arcs off of them,
or it arcs off of them, and it's doing really big damage to them. That helps a lot for me as this guy who is not necessarily into the frustration of Souls games. So Remnant 2 has got to be my dark horse game of the year. It's definitely moved up my list. Diablo is still my game of the year personally right now. Again, it's all going to change. Baldur's Gate 3 next week. Starfield. I know both of those are going to be way up there. Starfield, obviously, you guys already know. It's going to probably be my game of the year. But I think that what Gunfire Games has done here with Remnant 2 has shown that this franchise has a future and has a very bright future.
Yeah.
I'm hoping with Remnant 2 getting more play, especially on Steam. It hit over 86,000 concurrent players. When it first launched, it was still sitting at 70 just a couple days ago, like number 8 on the Steam most played list right there. That attention to a game that technically probably isn't AAA, I would probably put this still in the AA class. I think that Gunfire Games can take now what they've learned from Remnant 2, and we'll see what they do with the DLC. Again, 3 packs of DLC. They're planning on having them all out within the next year. So there's going to be a lot more content coming. And I know what Steele just said, he's kind of getting to that point, not necessarily burnt out, but he's definitely played enough where he's got, he's satisfied. Yeah. He's satisfied with what he's gotten out of this game. He's not the guy that needs to go find 100% of the secrets and all that kind of stuff. He's satisfied with the game. Yeah. But the DLC is going to bring him back to this game. There is zero doubt about that in my mind. We're going to be playing the DLC and all that kind of stuff. I think that Gunfire Games can take what they've now learned from Remnant 1 to Remnant 2 and now Remnant 3. I hope they get the budget. I hope they get the resources to make it a full AAA experience. Because again, folks, the base game is only $50. The base game is only $50. This game gives you more than a whole lot of $70 games ever attempt to, right?
Especially, especially on an adventure side of things. Yeah,
sure. This is one of the best values in gaming right now is Remnant 2. So if they get the budget and they move to a AAA full-fledged, full-priced release with Remnant 3, they really
that could be the top. That could be the cherry on top for them. Yeah, absolutely.
They could really have something here. This franchise has now established itself as something that is unique enough to be its own thing in this whole realm of kind of Souls, roguelike kind of games, with RPG exploration. I can't wait to see what they do with Remnant 3, but in the meantime, I can't wait to see the DLCs because again, Gunfire definitely hit it out of the park with their first game DLCs. Everybody talks about those DLCs pretty highly. So I can't wait to see what they do here. Remnant 2 is definitely worth a playthrough. Again, there's plenty out there. There's tons of games. I know everybody's backlogs, libraries, whatever, are off the charts right now, but add this one in down the road. If you wait for a sale or whatever, doesn't matter. Put some time into this game. I think you guys will find something that you like here. And again, that's coming from somebody who doesn't like Souls games. It's somebody who played Remnant 1 for about 20 hours or so, got to a boss, couldn't beat him. And I uninstalled and said, yep, nope, that was great, but no more for me. This one's different. This one, I definitely think that even non-Souls players can jump into this. If you give it time, build up your character, I think you can get through this game. And I think you can have fun in solo. It really does open up in multiplayer with the classes kind of combining and playing off of each other and the skills and the buffs and all that kind of stuff. It is really fun to play with Jasper and Steel, but I think there's even solo players definitely will like this game. So jump into Remnant 2 at some point. I like this game. I like it a lot. So
yeah, Remnant 2 is definitely a special game in many ways. The other thing too that I have to add on to it that there is performance issues though. At least for me personally, that is something that is a turnoff for me. That experience that we had for the end boss, then again doing it my second time solo on veteran, kind of solidified that fact for me. It's an extreme turnoff. There's nothing worse for me in games than the feeling being taken away, the feeling of control being taken away. And what I mean by that is experiencing so much either frame dips or lag to a point to where it throws off your timing. And this is a game that is heavily dependent on your timing.
Especially at the higher levels.
If you're going to understand the dodge mechanic and how that works in this game, you have to understand timing. If you're not going to get that down, you're not going to enjoy playing this game. And this game also, for me, again, this is not shade on anybody, so I don't want anybody to take it this way. But I have to say this because this is something that I definitely stand for. And it's something that I heavily believe in. That's why I kind of look at games the way that I do. Do not invest in the games that you're not sure if you're going to like. Do not spend even $50 on a game if you are not sure if you're going to like it. If you are not a Souls fan, do not purchase these games. Wait for a review. Wait to see people talking about it. Wait till there's more conversation so you can have a full picture on what this game is. Again, people, you have your own money. You got to decide what you want to do with it. But for me, because I do not like personally getting games or buying games and then not playing them, do not play this game if you're not into those things that we've mentioned earlier. Do not buy the game if anything that we've said is a little bit of a turn off for you. Don't play it. Please do not put yourself through the heartache or through the, oh, I just spent $50 or whatever. If you just got it like that, then hey, shout out to you. I'm not going to take anything away from you. But if you are unsure, don't fall into FOMO and just start buying things that you genuinely aren't interested in. That just makes no sense to me. I've just seen some conversations go on about that. This week
gotta have
also,
some initial, you gotta have some initial interest, like I did.
You have to have something there. It can't just be, it's a new game and I need something. No, go play one of those other games that you haven't played yet, please. Like, we need to be more confident as a consumer on knowing what we like. And I will constantly beat the drum of know who you are as a person, of course, but know who you are as a gamer. Know what you like, know where your interests lie, and know who you have around you and whether they're going to be able to play these games that I'm going to co-op. Make sure that you know that you have a team that you're going to be able to do those things with. Again, that's just a little advice. Anybody can heed those if they want, or you can take it for what you want. And this is not a dig to anybody directly. Again, everybody's grown. Everybody can feel how they want. But again, I do think it's another good example of that. Armored Core 6, same thing. Do not buy this damn game. Of course, I want you to buy it because hey, yeah, I need to see 15 million copies sold like fucking Elden Ring. I need to see it because one of the things that they said, and we'll tailor this from Remnant to Armored Core. One of the things that they did end up saying about Armored Core, Paul, and I don't know if you peeped this, is that a lot of what FromSoft is waiting on right now is the reception of Armored Core 6. The reason that they don't have co-op or any of the other stuff is because of previous history of Armored Core. They wanted to give people a good story mode and then have multiplayer be completely separate from that. And they themselves have stated, depending on how well the game does, will depend on the type of support that we will have for this game or the type of content that we'll be having for this game. So again, it's another good example. But Armored Core 6, if you're a FromSoft fan or you ended up liking Elden Ring, I'm not going to tell you that you're going to like Armored Core 6. It's a very different game. So part of the reason why I wanted to have some gameplay up this week. This is the gameplay that you guys are seeing up on the screen, although they're going to fix a lot, so especially camera, because boy, the camera going back to it, and fucking the camera is just kind of crazy. But they got instant
can't keep up.
Not even that, but like when you start fighting the quicker mechs and whatnot, you're like, bro, what? What am I doing? I've completely flipped the script for Armored Core 6, Nick. So yeah, go buy that game. I need support. But no. but yeah, I just wanted
people
to
are going to anyways.
Yeah, people are going to regardless. But now, it's just
because of I've already seen it still.
For real? You've seen it?
I've seen it. I never played Armored Core previously, but it's a From Software game. I'm going to pick it up. And it's like, we're talking, if you never.
This one's going to be more welcoming. I will say from all the gameplay that I have seen, it is going to be more welcome. Much, much more welcoming.
But it also has the depth to it still because I watched the videos.
Saw the stat screen.
The stats and the custom builds. Now, again, like you said, they've done some things where you can change it during the mission. Like you can change out your build outs and that kind of stuff. So it's not going to be as much trial and error as the old games were for newcomers. But let's be real, mech genre is niche. And for people jumping in this game who have never played mech games or have never understood mechs before, they're going to have a learning curve. It's going to be steep because I can guarantee you choice of weapons are still going to matter in Armored Core when you're going up against certain enemies and people that don't understand the difference between a medium laser and a large laser and a there's gonna be some questions because energy, heat are still gonna play a factor in this game. So there's gonna still be a lot of people who jump in this because it's From Software, because there's so many From fans now out there that are gonna be like, nah, I've never been into mechs, but it's From, so I'm jumping into. Be a lot of frustration still. But like I think still, I've said it. I don't think I'm going out on a limb here. This Armored Core 6 will wind up selling more.
Yeah,
than
I
franchise
think
ever.
it will.
Yeah. Combined, like this is going to go down as a big game. Maybe it'll make some new mech fans. It'll make up maybe some new people to the mech genre that fall in love with mechs. That's always a good thing, still, because maybe we get more mech games. Yeah, maybe this game puts mechs back on. We had Mech Warrior 5 come out. Good game. Me and Steel played it for a while. We went back to it, tried it out on PC. But it's again not big enough title to entice people into the mech genre. Maybe this one does it because it's From Software, and then all of a sudden we start getting more mech games. I'm all for that. So let's go. But yeah, you're right, Steel. There's got to be something there. But people nowadays, FOMO is a real thing. People are always going to jump into stuff that they maybe don't even have an interest because they want to be a part of the conversation. I've gotten over that myself for the most part. There's small ones that pop every once in a while where I do get that FOMO, but I think that is a good advice. I just think nowadays most people are just, I got to be a part of this conversation. Everybody's playing this game. I got to jump in, even if I have zero interest. And then you wonder why you didn't like it.
And those are the same people who are like, man, this game makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't like it. It's too difficult.
I wasted my money. Why?
I didn't want to learn the mechanics of the game. And again, it's. Yeah, I saw somebody, Nam Omar was saying it exactly right. Don't buy Armored Core 6 expecting a Soul style game. It's just not. It's not that. Like, and I don't care how much influence that they've had and how many other games that they've made. The game is still. It's still gonna have that.
They leaned into a little bit in that latest interview, Steel, which I don't blame them. They said that they wanted to bring the feel of Sekiro into Armored Core.
The stagger system, right?
Yeah, but people don't. Yeah, people got to realize when you're talking mechs versus humans, there's difference here. Like, still, it's not gonna play
different.
Like that.
Much different. It's all about movement. It's about outsmarting. It's like you're playing. It's like you're playing chess. And if you don't like playing chess, you'd rather play checkers. Then I can understand that. Nothing wrong with that. But again, the other thing. Again, don't jump into Armored Core thinking it's freaking Zone of the Enders. It's not that either.
No. It's definitely not Zone of the Enders. No.
Again, I tried that game recently. And I couldn't.
It's cool. It's cool. I like it. I like Zone of the Enders.
I like the style and aesthetic, but other than that, the way that it played, because there's certain games I feel like that to kind of spoil you on a genre or certain types of games. I think because I was exposed to Armored Core way before I ever played Zone of the Enders, and that game came out a long time ago, right? I'm so jaded by that. I just started when I booted it up and I was going through it. I played like 2 hours and was just like, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like the dodge mechanics in here and the way that it shoots. And I don't know.
The way that mech was moving against you in this video in the background right now, that AI was putting in some work.
Oh no, the AI
was dipping it out of there.
The AI is broken in this game. The AI is fucking stupid. It's stupid as fuck in this game. That's one thing I don't miss is when you're fighting other mechs, especially fast ones. They sit there and literally. You want to talk about cheating in games being it's the bot. This motherfucker dude going all over the fucking place. I'm trying to turn I'm like, bro,
behind dunes and stuff.
This is my first mech.
Yeah.
I have no tuning on this bad boy. You're fucking zooming all. I can't keep up. Because that's the other thing too. Because the reticles got to line up.
Yep.
Both guns got to have two different reticles. If they're not lined up with a target, you're gonna miss. It's dope. Anyway,
Mech Warrior on PC was awesome to me.
Yeah, Mech Warrior. I played a lot of Mech Warrior online. Not Mech Warrior Online itself. It's standalone thing.
Yeah.
But Mech Warrior 2.
Yeah.
Mech Warrior 3.
Yeah.
Yo. Black Knight Edition when that came out. Oh, what a great time to be a Mech fan. But again, when Matt brought that up, he was like, yeah, I don't know if I like the more slower pace. I get it.
Yeah.
Mech Warrior was a heavy thing for me, and I was definitely used to reap some souls on there. But nonetheless. So great, pretty awesome. So that was our Remnant 2 leading into Armored Core, a little bit of Armored Core 6, off the conversation, just being confident in what your where your purchasing power lies, right? Where your interests lie, the things that you're into. And I think that a lot of this year, or the rest of this year, is going to be very trial and error for some people, maybe, because again, I got a huge lineup that's coming up, man. And again, along with timing and whatnot, depending on how much more busy that I get, that may end up being even more limited. So it's like I got Atlas Fallen that's around the corner. I got Armored Core 6 around the corner. Right after that, then it's Starfield 5 days later. Then it's I got Forza that's right there. I got what else I got that's around the corner?
Mortal
Kombat 1 is around the corner. Tekken 8 is there, and I'm kind of sad I didn't get into the closed beta, into the closed test, but it is what it is. It's all good. There's a whole slew and lineup of different games that we'll be able to jump into that have really seemingly are ending this year kind of strong. And we don't even know everything, the rest of the stuff that could be possibly coming out this year. So along with getting some interesting news about Final Fantasy 14 coming to Xbox. Paul, I mean,
let's fucking go.
Lead the people a little bit. As somebody who's excited and been wanting this and asking for it a little bit, lead the people to the Final Fantasy 14 debacle. What's going on with that? Did Phil sign a $200 million or $1 billion contract just to get Final Fantasy 14 on Xbox? What happened, man?
Listen. Final Fantasy 14 is something that, admittedly, I have not jumped into yet. Right? When now I tried to look for it. I played Final Fantasy 11 back in the day on PlayStation 2. So before anybody calls cap, I had the extra hard drive that came, for the PS2. You had to get the extra attachment, right, to play. Came in a big box. I still got it all somewhere around here for Final Fantasy 11 on PlayStation 2. I put hundreds of hours into Final Fantasy 11 before MMOs were ever a thing on console, right? That's back in PS2 days, right? So I never jumped into Final Fantasy 14 because I was at a different point in my life. That was it came out 10 years ago now still.
Yeah.
So that was after my divorce and all that kind of stuff. And I was still playing a ton of video games, but I got more time now, right, than I ever did back then to play video games. So I never jumped into 14 like that out the gate. And then 14 out the gate wasn't a good game. A lot of people complained about it, right? It was a dying game. It wasn't until, Yoshi and Square decided to redo the entire game and brought it back to life, and then it exploded, right? They went back and reinvented the game basically on the fly. So I've never jumped into Final Fantasy 14, but I've always wanted to. And again, I know it's sacrilege to say you'd rather play an MMO on your big screen, on the couch, on a console than on a PC because, oh my God, you got to have your hotkeys and you got to have all this stuff. Listen, for me, as somebody who did play Final Fantasy 11 back before they even had perfected controller support, I actually used a little bit keyboard and mouse on the PlayStation 2 for that game as well. I still enjoy that experience through the controller when they set it up right. And I still enjoy just sitting on my couch when I'm going to be there for hours at a time in an MMO and have that experience. So I've been wanting this game. Yeah, I've been wanting this game to come to Xbox for a long time. Once I jumped back into Xbox One midway through last gen and started getting back into the Xbox ecosystem, I was like, my God, they need to get this game, because that's when Final Fantasy 14 started coming back to life and really kind of blowing up.
Right, because like you were saying, it had a really rough time until that Endwalker expansion came out, man. Or the first expansion, whichever that was. So that dropped, man. Until Yoshi P really stepped in and took and led the charge for what Final Fantasy 14 is today, which we're now recognized, and probably I would definitely put in the same conversation as WoW now, as far as recognition and liking. WoW. Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's again, if it wasn't for Final Fantasy 14, Square Enix would be bankrupt or bought already. Like that's how that game has pretty much supported Square Enix, right? And Phil's a big fan. And Phil came out in 2019 and made a big promise that Final Fantasy 14 was coming to Xbox. And this was during the time when Square Enix showed up on the Xbox showcase stage. And they had a big to-do, like, hey, this is a new partnership. Like, we're going to be bringing more Final Fantasy games to Xbox, etc. You know, we got Final Fantasy 15 on Xbox, all that good stuff. Like, there was a lot of goodwill and good cheer there during that time frame for Square Enix and Xbox. And now Jez has insinuated that something happened, that there was something that came up that kind of drove a wedge between Square and Xbox. He's not, to this point, he's talked about writing an article if he got more confirmation. But something happened after that where it didn't work out. That relationship became strained or fractured, however you want to put it. And we saw that because then we started seeing Square skip Xbox with their games. Right.
We saw Final Fantasy 14 never show up on Xbox after Phil made that big promise. And again, there was stuff on Xbox's side behind the scenes on the back end because of how Final Fantasy 14 updates. There was problems with the certification process and how Xbox handles that. That was initially a really big hurdle for this game.
By the
Xbox fixed that. Yeah, go ahead.
14 is 13 years old.
13 years old now. Jesus.
Came out 2010.
Yeah, so that was that was exactly during my divorce, right? That was exactly when it happened. It was in that time frame. I knew it was. 13 years old, crazy, man. But Xbox fixed those problems on the backside. Right. And they fixed those a few years ago.
Right.
And so people were wondering what the hell's been going on. And people still been clamoring for Final Fantasy 14 to come to Xbox. And it didn't make any sense. And, Square, Yoshi, they've had conflicting conversations and interviews about this, right? Saying, oh, it's never going to come, to, oh, well, we're still thinking about it. It's just not the right time. We don't have the resources. We don't have the money to do it. Right. And then we got word last year, I think it was, that there were supposedly conversations still happening. Well, it turns out if yesterday's, at the Final Fantasy Fan Fest is anything to go by, if that whole kind of conversation when Phil got up on stage yesterday was anything to go by, Phil has been nonstop behind the scenes working on this. Yeah. Phil has been not personally pushing and continuing the conversations with Yoshi and with Square year after year to make this happen. Right. And we heard him in his interview. I think it was the Giant Bomb interview with him and Matt Booty, kind of bringing out his frustration about the Square Enix situation and about their game skipping, because they were talking about the situation with the Eastern games and the Japanese games and the partnerships that they're developing over there and how much work Sarah Bond has done over there and all that kind of stuff. And Phil specifically brought up and talked about, hey, Square, come on, like let's go, Square, let's go. Everybody else is jumping on board with us. Let's go. Obviously, this is a personal quest by Phil. Obviously, this is a promise he did not want to leave unfulfilled, and he got it done. And yesterday, I
was going to say, now I was just wanted to add on to it could be new management.
New
CEO. See, it looks like he's really about that life, about like, hey, we need to do what's going to make sense for our business.
Right.
These just we're exclusive. This isn't fucking 50, and he's a young dude too.
It could have been what overall, Seal, the conversations had to have been going on this entire time, even with the old management, right? Obviously, Phil had to be. It just wasn't overnight. They flipped the switch just because the new CEO. But what I will give you, what I will say is that yes, obviously, internally at Square Enix, with the new CEO transferring in and taking over power, obviously that probably started longer than we knew about, that transition was going to happen internally. They knew that was going to happen. So he probably had influence that could have pushed this finally to the tipping point where they finally greenlit it and said, yeah, Yoshi, you and your team, let's get to work. We're going to do this Xbox thing, make this happen.
Again, this isn't a tomorrow thing. This is like it's not. Year out next year. You know what I mean?
It's like, spring 2024 is when it's going to happen. But anyways, the culmination, however all this happened, the culmination of finally Phil taking the time with all of ABK still going on to fly down and be there for this final this shows the level of commitment that Phil's had to this happening. And it was a big moment. Now you can say, well, Final Fantasy 14 is old. It's been out, whatever. Come on. After all this time, is it really that big a deal? Are Xbox players actually going to jump into this? Listen, it's again about cultivating it's about cultivating Square Enix overall. And if you're not having Final Fantasy 14, arguably their biggest title overall, I mean, again, we say what you want. It's not the single player experience, Final Fantasy, but it doesn't matter. Final Fantasy 14 is huge. It still is huge. And they just announced a new expansion, right? For next year. And to coincide that with the Xbox release, it is a big deal. And it is going to cultivate the new fan base over here for Final Fantasy 14. I am planning on jumping into this next year. Again, crazies this year, I think, in some ways. There's going to be a ton of games, but I will make time to play Final Fantasy 14 next year on Xbox. And like I said, the nice part about knowing Xbox is I'll probably be able to have PC cross progression. So if I want to hop on my PC and check it out there too and see how it plays, I'm going to be able to do that. I think this is a big, giant statement. And again, people can't miss the point that Phil made on stage yesterday and Square Enix made on stage yesterday with Yoshi and the CEO there. I forget his name offhand.
CEO Kiryu.
Yeah, Kiryu. Thank you. This isn't just Final Fantasy 14. This is kind of a new partnership. They did the symbolic, all three of them shook hands together, which got a laugh because they all did it together like at one time. Yeah. It was like this moment. It was a photo op moment. It was a moment that said that maybe, like Steele just said, with this new CEO coming in, this is a fresh start for Xbox and Square Enix. That Final Fantasy 14 is like, hey, the big, we're here, but this is just the beginning, that we are going to try to form another partnership here with Xbox and Square Enix, at least until PlayStation puts a ring on it or whatever happens there. But for the time being, that this could lead to more opportunities for games that Square has been skipping Xbox, that leading into the future, Xbox is going to be an important piece of the pie, and they're going to try to cultivate that fan base over here.
You know what also helps?
It's huge. Yeah.
You know what also helps, and I think this is part of the reason why. Again, this. I mean, maybe. I think there's more than that to it, because there's something that we always bring up with Phil that kind of brings it a little bit closer to home for us, right? And that's that Phil's a gamer. The new CEO of Square Enix is also a gamer and a fan of Final Fantasy.
Got that energy.
So, and he's mentioned this previously. This is something I wanted to bring up in one of his meetings, like one of the bigger meetings he was having with the company. This was some of the points that he was bringing up onto why he felt that he was right for this position.
Yep.
So it's like when you see these types of moves happening, I mean, look at this dude. He's literally a younger dude, especially compared to the last CEO. It's kind of like you definitely have a different, possibly, mentality in there, who is probably willing to pick up a phone call that previous management wasn't willing to pick up, or due to maybe those deep ties that they had with Sony, didn't want to pick it up because we're only picking up for Sony. We're only picking up if Xbox offered in an astronomical type deal or something that was completely left field. You know, again, when you see stuff like from Octopath 1 to Octopath 2, you kind of got to question yourself, like, what is the point? What was the point of that? So there had to have been something else there. And seeing this new Steve, I've been kind of excited about him. His full name is Takashi Kiryu, Mr. Kiryu, if you just want to call him that. But to see him engage with the company as he has, to see him now, since he has, it is very ironic to me that he takes this place and now we're getting an announcement for Final Fantasy 14. Right. That is very ironic. Right? Whereas Square Enix is already in this place where they're in a really weird spot. They don't know where their successes are necessarily coming from outside of Final Fantasy 14. And again, this is something that has been, game's been out since 2010. Phil's been trying to get this game into the ecosystem since 2019. Really, the game should have been in there longer than that, but nonetheless, he's been trying to get it in there since 2019. It is 2023 now, and the game is also getting an additional expansion. The game has also been upgraded to kind of keep up with the times, right? At least on the graphical side of things. So it's like there are too many things and too many pieces of the puzzle that are starting to fit together to say that, oh man, now that we are getting people who are gamers per se in some of these positions, you start seeing more gamer type moves being made, right? Where, hey, it is about maybe he sat down with Phil and was like, yo, Phil, so what are you trying to do, man? Oh, you're trying to bring games to more people? Well, that's all we're about. You know, we like our money over here. We charge monthly for people playing Final Fantasy 14. And they got they got millions of gamers consistently. That's their player base, paying $15 a month for this game. Hey, well, you know, how do you feel if we cut that into Game Pass, and how is that going to work? Because that's the other part of the puzzle that hasn't quite been pieced together yet, Pong, is how do you fit this within the Xbox ecosystem? Is this going to be the game is free to play like it is on PC up to a certain point, and then you got to buy or you got to subscribe, or because you have Game Pass, you maybe don't have to subscribe, or maybe it's $5 to $10 cheaper than it would be normally.
Have to subscribe. They might have some bonuses later, but right now, again, you can play up to a certain point for free on Final Fantasy 14, and then after that, you do have to jump into the subscription. So, and they did confirm that's going to continue with Xbox. So, but there is a lot of content, like hundreds of hours free of content.
Yeah, there's at least 100 hours worth of content up front. And again, this is one of those games where people say that you gotta put 100 hours in and then the game gets good.
Yeah, of course.
So you know, it's debatable. It's still an MMO at the end of the day. So there's a lot of ways that MMOs are set up to bring in new players. This game has a lot of content into it. It's not one that I would probably recommend because again, my favorite has waned a different direction, but I've definitely been interested in playing Final Fantasy 14. And I've been interested in for some time, and I've tried it a couple times, and that combat style just isn't quite for me anymore, because Black Desert is just kind of ruined me as far as that goes, and what I expect, but it's still an interesting game nonetheless. Again, this is Final Fantasy 14. There's a lot of people who say that the story in this game is better than most Final Fantasy better than most Final Fantasy games. Excuse me. So I mean, and that's to say a lot. You know, they say it's one of the better stories that they've seen in gaming. You know what I mean? So there's a lot to it.
And if this Dawn Trail expansion is as good as their previous couple of expansions, you know, again, the trailer was awesome, then I don't see any reason why Final Fantasy 14 is going to dip in popularity. I mean, again, if they can continue with this stuff, you know, and put out another great expansion, then yeah, this is going to continue to roll. So again, that's why I'm excited to jump into it. Now that they've built this thing out, again, sure, can it be overwhelming because there's so much content? And am I really going to have hundreds of hours to put into Final Fantasy 14 next year? I don't know, but I'm excited to try and to see, because again, could be the game that I go, okay, I really do want to play a lot of this game. Like, this is what I remember. Because again, I had so much fun with 11. Like, it was ridiculously cool that I want to experience 14 and see what everybody's talking about. And there's just something, again, I'm not even the biggest Final Fantasy dude. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the guy who's going to cap for every Final Fantasy and say they're the greatest JRPGs of all time. I'm not going to do that. Again, 10's my favorite. So I'm the oddball here, right? So, but I think that Final Fantasy does have a certain aesthetic, a certain feel to it that when it is done right, I understand why so many people do think Final Fantasy is the greatest JRPG of all time. So I want to experience this world and I want to experience with other people. I like MMOs. I like that experience of coming across other people. I like being able to help other people randomly or have other people help me randomly. I think that's a really, really dope experience that you don't get all the time in video games. And so I'm excited, man. I've been waiting for this moment. I think it's so cool that Phil came through on his promise. The gamer in me is just smiling that Phil like did the heavy lifting and never stopped pushing for this to happen. Even when people were like, yeah, no, it's not now. It's not ever going to. Like, they just move on. You guys aren't getting Final Fantasy 14. And Phil behind the scenes was obviously picking up the phone, flying out there to Square nonstop over the past 4 years to make this finally a moment where he could get up on stage. You could see him again. He was in his element again. I think that's the best part about Phil. People can say what he want. What they always do.
They can say whatever they want.
Phil.
Whatever.
They can say whatever they want.
Business is
but when you see him up on stage, when you see him up on stage in one of these moments, all the titles that he has had within Microsoft, and now it's currently CEO of Microsoft Gaming, they drop away in these moments when he's up there, and that smile and that excitement is gamer Phil. Like, yeah, he's in his position. He gets to do things that no other gamers get to do, like stand up on stage with Yoshi and all these great people and talk about this stuff. But it all drops away because inside it's the gamer that's up there that he's just as excited that he got to make this happen. And then he's going to be able to sit down on his Xbox and play Final Fantasy 14 next year as well. Like that, what I see from Phil is so damn genuine that you just don't get out of a lot of higher ups in this industry. That's what still gets me to, I was watching that video. I was just like, my God, I just can't imagine that me walking up on stage to this like wrestling intro from Yoshi P. Like, yeah, we finally got it. Boys and girls, you guys are all getting Final Fantasy 14 over at Xbox. Finally, I worked hard, but I'm going to be playing with you guys next year too. It's special, man. And I'm going to miss Phil when he finally steps away.
No, it definitely is special. And I know a lot of people kind of, when the conversations like this come up, people are like, oh, why do you care? More CEOs talking about this, that, and the other thing, and shaking hands and smiling. And you know, they're supposed to be doing all these things that you guys are seeing. And, oh, it should be all about games. That's all you should care about as a consumer. And
really,
hey, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, maybe you're new here if you're tuning in for the first time. But just like a lot of our chat knows, Live a Split Screen, we talk about the entire industry. Me and Pong, we care about everything that's going on in the industry with a passion that is seemingly is a lot higher than most, right? And seeing moves like this, whether you want to ignore people's actual lives or not, and maybe Phil is a fake gamer, who knows? But from everything that I've seen, the man puts in time. You know, I've been in games with Phil, right? Played against him. I mean, he plays the game. Nobody's saying that you got to be the world's greatest gamer to lead a gaming company. I don't think that would ever go hand in hand. You saw, yeah, I don't think that needs to be the case. But you need to. I do think that you do need to be at some level a expert in your field or have some form of know-how in your field to be able to make true change in it. So, and that's kind of what he's been doing with a lot of these moves. That's what we're kind of seeing in the industry. Again, accessibility is becoming more and more a real thing and a reality, much quicker than we've ever seen before. And this is one of those moves with Final Fantasy 14. I think it will help. Ducato says, Final Fantasy 14 only MMO. I won't heal in. You stupid. Hey, I've gotten a little older, I've been wanting to get a little healer action in, a little fast action in, really get some damage in, try to get away from my tank classes and whatnot. So I don't know, I might do some of that. Everybody needs a healer. People love you when you're a healer. But anyway, let's see. Eastside Vandal said Refudge did a whole video on how the new Game Pass structure is bad for gamers. God, I hate that smug effer. Hey, shout out to that guy. So the Game Pass structure, the whole setup for them, and how they went about that. Again, for me, I do think is another marketing flub because the way that it came across is weird. But like me and the guys have talked about in the background, it's not any different than what it was already before. Just has some additional names there. But it's still worth talking about. Again, having the conversation of online gaming come back into play and us paying for it. Something that needs to be discussed. But PC gamers aren't paying for online. Nope. You are if you're doing it through the Xbox Game Pass app or through the Xbox app or whatever. But outside of that, you're not paying for online. You just have access. So that's definitely going to be always a good point to bring up a conversation. I think it's always worth a conversation to talk about those things. But just real quick to get back on Final Fantasy, it is exciting. I don't know if I'm going to end up jumping into it day one just because of the type of games that'll be out. Who knows? Armored Core 6 might be the new MMO. That I'll be throwing myself into. Maybe there's going to be a mod on PC.
Is like every genre to steal now. It's like, yeah, man, that new dance game, that new rhythm game, Armored Core 6, man, it's special.
It's good, man. You remember that Arkham dance we were talking about? It's the new Batman game. I'm just saying, it's the world's greatest. You know what I mean? Right, got the Arkham dance and ArmoredCore now. I
got my favorite CRPG, Armored Core 6, man. It's hitting.
You said Diablo? You meant Armored Core 6. Gotcha.
Yeah. That new looter, Armored Core 6.
No, speaking of which, Armored Core should do a Diablo version of that. That would be really dope.
Oh god,
that'd be super dope.
Mech version. Mav brought up doing an X-Men game and Diablo style.
Yeah, it'd be like Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Yeah, it'd be like Marvel, but even more in depth,
gotcha,
right?
Gotcha.
Like, on another level. And I thought, obviously, it's a great idea.
Yeah,
but
man,
a mech Diablo,
that would be so dope. That would be super dope.
Bro. Imagine having all the different classes of mechs, picking up loot,
that'd be so dope.
Launchers, Gatling guns, lasers, all different styles,
all kinds of stuff,
flamethrowers, plasma beams.
Yep.
You could have your defensive stuff, like you could have your shields, you could have your radar, man, I'm telling you, Steel, sometimes, listen, I know if gamers made games, it'd be a freaking shit show mess.
Probably.
The community tried to get together and make a game, my God, it'd be awful. But I'm telling you, if we don't have some freaking fantastic ideas, because just think how that would play out, Steel. It would be, you could have with the different classes, pretty much the same kind of setup you do in Diablo with the classes, with mechs, and the loot would work perfectly. Like your armor, like your head. Bro.
I'm just saying. In case nobody thought about it.
On screen with the freaking missiles and the trails and the explosion, it was just as wild and crazy.
And you could be more creative because it's futuristic. Yeah. It's a mechs. You don't have to have no reality really to it, or whichever the case.
And you could introduce in certain dungeons could be cities, and you could have destructible environments in those cities where the buildings come crashing down. By the end of the dungeon, it's a flat wasteland as you nuked everything.
Much love, Talos. Yeah, it'll be extremely interesting. But nah, within all seriousness, Final Fantasy 14 is exciting to see for it to come into Xbox. That's happening within next year. And there's supposed to be a beta coming soon. So for those who are interested, still think that's weird. It's because there's a PlayStation 4 version. So why do we need a beta tester?
Maybe they're testing servers.
Maybe.
They had server problems. They didn't have enough server rooms. So maybe they're testing it and seeing it. And maybe they're testing control.
Gonna have to invest. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Maybe they're testing controls. Obviously how it's set up, with Xbox and stuff. I don't know. I mean, again, maybe it's just an introduction, right? To get everybody to feel the coming into Final Fantasy 14. I'll be there. Depending on when it drops. They said it's going to be soon. I'll be there. I'll be checking it out for sure. Again, they promoted on the Series X. It's going to be 4K, which is
dope.
Awesome.
That's dope.
It's going to look great on the OLED. So it's going to be, again, I can't wait. And I'm just excited to see the partnership overall, if it does develop into something more, if this new CEO is being real, if Square Enix suddenly is going into a new direction with underneath the CEO, and they are going to look over at the Capcoms, if they're going to look over at the Bandai Namcos, if they're going to look over at the success that other companies have found on Xbox from the East and say, you know what, we want a piece of that pie too. We've tried in the past, but it's been half-hearted, but we're full go from here on out. And we start seeing those games come to Xbox now, all of a sudden, then I'm all about this. Again, am I the dude out here capping for Square all the time? No, I'm not. Because again, for me, there's certain games I want from them, but I don't need them. And I've said from the beginning, if PlayStation bought them, I'd be like, yeah, okay, makes sense. Cool. Whatever, it can be exclusive to PlayStation now. Fine. So be it. I understand that. I'm a bigger Dragon Quest fan. I'd like to see the new Dragon Quest continue to come to Xbox. I think that's a big part of it. But overall, I just want to see where this goes. I want to see if Square can turn this around, because Square, again, no matter how I feel about them overall, they're a pillar in the industry, man. Like, they were JRPGs for a long time. So I want to see them survive, and I want to see them thrive, and I want to see what they can do in the future for sure. So
absolutely. Yeah, Talos, appreciate you coming through. You have a good night, man. Stay safe for sure.
Absolutely, Talos.
Anybody still alive? Definitely please hit that like button for us. Let us know in chat if you're still rocking and rolling, if you're loving the way the conversation is kind of flowing at this current moment. Not a bunch of news to kind of to go through, but definitely some things to comb over and have a discussion on. Bong, I mean, you made a weird face. What's going on?
Yeah, did you see what I put in there? Steel. I put it in there later. Wait, did I put it in here or no?
About what?
I thought I did. Oh shit! It didn't show up in here. Why did it not show up in here? What the hell happened to that? I thought I posted it.
About what?
Hold on, I gotta find it. Hold on.
I just wanted to know what it was about.
Where did I see? Where did I see it? There it is.
I don't know what Pong's
I don't know why it didn't show up. Yeah. Sorry, this is bad podcasting right here. We don't usually do this. Did you see what came out of SDC's the San Diego Comic-Con?
No.
The Hasbro stuff?
Oh, about Transformers.
Yeah,
you did send that.
Did you see it in there? Because I'm resending it.
From Idle Sloth, Transformers games from Activision seem to have been misplaced, which presents challenges for possible re-releases. That came from SDC 2023, excuse me. After the ABK acquisition, Microsoft will search through all of their archives. They want those games to be available for Game Pass.
Yes.
So the question went possible to re-release the Activision Transformers games to coincide with Gamer Edition? The answer they gave was sadly, apparently, Activision's not sure what hard drive they're on in their building. When a company eats a company that eats a company, things get lost. And that's very frustrating. Hope is that now the deal is moving forward with Microsoft and Xbox, that they'll go through all the archives and every hard drive to find it all, because it's an easy Game Pass ad. We want those games back up for people to have a chance to play.
I know a lot of people have been calling for it, right? They want those games available again to go back and play the Transformer games, which I will admit, I really didn't play.
You didn't really play them?
Nope.
You missed. I know you're not a multiplayer dude, bro, but like the story, the multiplayer, everything about this game, these Transformers games were so ahead of their time, bro.
Right.
That like they could, if they found the hard drives, like I would, sure, upload them for what they are, I guess, but you just need to remake those games, because those games are literal gold mines. Add a some form of a battle pass to them if you wanted to unlock even more characters, because they literally had everybody. And the way that the game felt, transforming between robo mode to like vehicle mode, oh my, there was no feeling. And the game was 60, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, during the time. And the way that it looked and the way that it played during that time, it was crazy that they were able to get the game looking the way that it did in that console generation. Because I believe that was what, 360?
Yes, it was 360.
Bro, those games were amazing. Well, Fall of Cybertron and War for Cybertron, both games were absolutely amazing. So real quick, Wizzy says, my only problem with those games was that the melee was kind of was off, but I wish it was better. But other than that, it's still a good game. Yeah, I mean, it was more for the shooting aspects for that game. So go ahead.
Eastside Vandal goes, Phil got Aaron Greenberg down in the Activision Blizzard basement right now, digging through boxes looking for Transformers. I just had that vision pop in my head, and I could see Greedy going through some old taped up boxes, some cardboard boxes, miscellaneous labeled on them.
I found it, Phil.
Phil, I
found it.
No, again, the fact that so many people do talk highly and that I missed them.
Oh God.
And again, as a Transformer fan, I missed them. I'm not gonna lie. Like I never played. I was playing so much back then. I just never touched them.
I would even say you should play these games on PC if you have them available, because I think they have PC versions.
Yeah.
You should definitely, and they end up cheap, like less than $5 sometimes. And they look amazing on PC.
Right.
Amazing.
I would love to see this happen. So and again, like you said, Steel, and I don't know how the gaming rights work. If Hasbro has it sounds like Hasbro controls the licensing completely, 100%. So if they control the licensing completely and they're open to this, well, hell yeah, then we need to start doing Transformers. Now, we did hear, Steel, that we saw some of those leaked screenshots from a Gen 1 Transformers game that's supposedly in the works out there. Yeah, we saw that last year.
What was the name of that again? I don't know what I want to call. Why I want to keep calling it Rubicon or whatever. That's not the name of it.
No, was it just Transformers Gen 1 video game?
Reactive.
Yeah. If that's real, then we might be getting a badass Gen 1 Transformers game, which is all what I'm about. Again, I could care less about Beast Wars. I could care less about all the other nonsense. I want Gen 1 Transformers stuff. That's just me, old guy, whatever. Call it what it is. But if Hasbro's open to this, then that's definitely a license that Xbox, Microsoft, if they're going to open up some of these teams from Activision Blizzard, if you're now talking about 35 plus studios and you're looking at expanding the diversity in the lineup, and you're willing, as they've shown with Indiana Jones, to go do exclusive IP that you don't own, if Phil has changed his philosophy, go get Transformers IP. There's a lot to be done with that IP.
A lot, especially nowadays.
Right. Nowadays, a lot to be done with that IP. Go do it, Phil. Go get it. It's still extremely viable IP. I'm not saying it's Marvel by any stretch of the imagination. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying that if you do Transformers right, you could have games upon games of Transformers that sell extremely well, that could be exclusive. If you want to go that route to your ecosystem, that would definitely have some people's eyes looking over. So I was just interested in hearing that Hasbro's like, yeah, we need to find it. I hope Microsoft goes and finds these hard drives wherever they are, bring those games back. We're all about this. Let's do this. Yeah. I think this could be a golden opportunity right here. So I was kind of excited about that. So, and I want them to show up because I want to go back and play them now.
Yeah, those games are super dope.
Yeah.
And people in the chat saying that yes, Hasbro does own 100% of Transformers.
Okay, cool. Then I'm all for it.
Cut those deals. Yeah, definitely cut those deals. That would be super dope. Wizzy says, listen, if they would make a remake of War of Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron, I would want Transformers Devastation combat for it. And also
I play Devastation. It's really good.
To play as the Decepticons. Yeah.
Yes. 100%. You know me, guys. I like to do the dark side of things. I would want Decepticons to be playable. It'd be so freaking
I mean, they did that in the multiplayer. Where
Yeah, that's what
Decepticon
I've
versus
seen the
Autobots.
videos. I've seen the videos. Yep, I've seen the videos where you can be Decepticons. That sounds so freaking badass, man.
It was dope. It was dope. It was definitely dope. Went around Starscream and whatnot. It was dope. Definitely dope. There's no feeling like it. Swooping in, getting you a kill, and then Trey taking off. Super dope. Real quick, a little side note here, because this is something that I mentioned previously, and I forgot where I got the information from before, but I mentioned this. And now again, people are saying rumor. And it is still a rumor, because this is something that I saw on Reddit previously. But rumor: Assassin's Creed codename Red will feature an African samurai as its protagonist, named Yusuke. Excuse me. And they gave him a little bit of a background and everything. If people are interested in that, I'll get into that. But there's also supposed to be rumored, supposed to be kind of similar to Odyssey, and I think it's the same exact team who did Odyssey, who's doing codename Red too, if I'm not mistaken. So just like similar to Odyssey, they're going to have a male and female protagonist. The male is supposed to be Yusuke, the African samurai that now people are arguing that he wasn't a true samurai and he didn't have anyway. But again, history is history. He doesn't have to be the fucking anyway. It's just weird the way like people try to well actually.
Well,
guys, I get what you're saying, but for the premise of what they're going for the story and the premise of what he came from, again,
Ubisoft
of that echelon. But nonetheless,
let's see real quick. Ubisoft, I've always praised Ubisoft and the Assassin's Creed games for delving into history, and they do a fantastic job. Their team
always at their own
some of the attentions to detail in their history and the lore and all the stuff that they dive into, they're second to none, right? But let's be real, they also do play with history.
Oh yeah,
they also obviously right. Again, they take a lot of liberties with history. So the fact is that this gentleman did exist at some point. To what extent he was actually a samurai or not a samurai,
nobody has real evidence to know,
and it doesn't matter.
The
fact is that this isn't so out of the realm of possibility that it's like, oh, okay, now we're just gonna write
good point
history and call it. No, come on. Assassin's Creed games still do their own thing with history.
Right.
Yes, the background stuff is again second to none in their attention to detail and how those teams approach making sure that a lot of the history is real.
Yes, Tom Cruise wasn't a samurai either.
Correct.
But he was the last samurai.
Was based on a true story, right, as well. And people had a problem when the movie came out, and then people found out that there was stories of actually that happening at some point or to some degree. But are we going to say that was actually a documentary? No, of course not. Of course not. So I have zero problems with this. Like if they want to take this one individual who there are real stories of in history being around during that time frame,
do it.
That's fine.
It's unique.
Do it. Who cares?
Yeah, it's going to be unique. And then what I was also going to say is he was going to be the male protagonist, and then there's going to be a female protagonist who is a ninja.
Right, which is
going to be dope. I'm going to have to make a hard choice because I definitely do tend to favor ninja again.
Yeah, I favor ninja over samurai.
Every time, every single time. So I'm gonna have to make a difficult choice. I'll favor the ninja after my wife, and I'll be perfectly fine. So it'll be all right. But it's still interesting to see that they're going this way with it. Again, from everything that I heard about Assassin's Creed Odyssey, it does get me excited for Codename Red, especially for it truly taking place in Japan. I don't think it's going to be a what's the name of the game that's on PlayStation Pong? I don't think it's going to be a ripoff of that game.
Oh, Ghost of Tsushima.
Ghost of Tsushima, thank you. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a ripoff off that game. I think they're going to approach it completely different. I think they're definitely dealing with a different time period. The Ghost of Tsushima even was dealing with. I think Ghost was even further back.
And this will probably be when Japan was taking over China.
Okay, so and that would be a very interesting time, like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon type era. You think, or maybe I think that might be even further back,
1500s somewhere in that neighborhood, right? So it'll be interesting because Japan was much bigger overall than we think about it now, which is small.
Right.
They were actually pretty dominant in the East at one point.
Right.
So again, they took over large portions of China at one point. So it'll be curious to see how they handle that and what size they're going to make this dynasty, like where it's exactly at. So I think they could definitely have a lot of variety though, still, much like Odyssey and Greece and that kind of stuff. You can see a lot of variety here, not just typically what we think of Japan now, which is the island nation.
Right.
Not just stuck there, right? I think they could go to other parts of the East with this as well.
Yeah, and there's plenty of sightseeing to be done. I really hope that the game more so focuses on the supernatural elements of that mythology, right? Because there's so many things, whether you're a samurai or a ninja, even on both sides, there's two completely different perspectives, completely different ways of life. The religions that they follow are completely separate from each other, and there's so many opportunities, like what they did with Origins, which is part of the reason I was excited for Origins when it originally came out. Before I wasn't really able to jump into it until within the last like 5 years or so. But when that game dropped, just the thought of fighting against Anubis, the thought of fighting against Osiris, the thought of fighting against Horus, the thought of, there was all the fighting against these Egyptian gods was such a tantalizing thing. And if they do the same thing with the Eastern culture, and really do their work, which again, Assassin's Creed has done. If there's one thing that they do nail on the head, and that they put a lot of work into, it's that. Every single time in every game, that is probably one of the most fleshed out pieces of those games as far as that goes. So where do we go from here, Paul? What would you like to jump into here? Jumped into a little bit of Path of Exile 2 talk. We had some Transformers talk. Campfire was not really worth talking about as far as Diablo goes. Just more changes and whatnot that they were announcing. Let's see what else we got here. The Ubisoft information was extremely interesting, knowing that if I couldn't confirm what the timing was on that, but apparently Ubisoft now confirms that if your Ubisoft account is closed, you won't be able to play your games, even if they were purchased on Steam. Then this is coming from Legacy Killer HD, who wrote this post, but he added on to it and he said, the need for better consumer protection laws is long overdue, especially in this digital age. You're muted, Paul.
Yes, I know I am. Okay. Yeah, no, this was an interesting steal. This is something that we've talked about previously. We've talked about this in different ways. How far behind, again, you guys all know me, been listening to me long enough. I don't like big government. I don't like regulation. I understand there has to be some regulation in certain areas. But one thing that regulation is extremely far behind on, and governments around the world do not keep up with, is tech. It's always been a fact. That's why we've seen things like the Google Apple duopoly happen in the mobile storefront area. It's why, we as consumers don't have a lot of protection for our digital goods right now. And I think that leaving that protection up to tech companies is an extreme folly. And we've already seen some of this, as we've already seen through the years, digital content being purchased on storefronts that suddenly disappear.
Right.
That you don't own. And we've had this conversation within this community, this video game community, starting pretty much during the Xbox One launch, when Microsoft was talking about a lot of digital protection, not being able to trade your games in anymore, that kind of stuff. What they were trying to set up, that we now know they were just ahead of the curve, was the ability to actually trade your digital goods, and to be able to do that stuff effectively and within reason. Because obviously there's piracy and all that kind of stuff going on. So the companies have to protect themselves as well, which is a whole nother conversation. But the big thing here with this whole Ubisoft thing is, flat out, there has to be some type of protection from this. Ubisoft is flat out saying, if you don't log into your Ubisoft account and they deactivate your Ubisoft account, all your purchased products, games, even at Steam level, are gone for good, permanently. If you don't happen to see the email that Ubisoft sends you, like, hey, we're going to deactivate your account if you don't log in within the next 30, 60, 90 days, that is completely 100% wrong, right? And this gets into, again, protecting us in this digital age. When we buy a game now, we are buying a license. We're not buying the product. We don't own that game. We buy the disc that has the license key on it that basically says, yes, they have the right to access this game because they have the key on the disc. We know this now. This is not anything new to talk about. But if they decide to shut down servers, because a lot of single player games are now online all the time, yes, you no longer have access to that game. Well, that's bullshit. You can say, well, it's in the EULA. It's in all the agreements that you make when you fire up that game. If you don't agree to it, don't buy it, blah, blah. The understanding from the consumer standpoint is I'm buying a disc that has a game on it. It is still not common knowledge to people outside of this community in the greater world that you're just buying a license to access that game. And if you're going to tell me that you think it's right that if I buy a single player experience, right, where multiplayer servers are a whole nother issue. But if I buy an access to a game that is a single player campaign driven game, sure, it might have multiplayer attached to it. But if that company decides to shut down that game, I can't play that game in the future. That is a problem for me. I have a huge problem. The company should have to take that up, and they should have to provide an offline mode patch at that point where I can continue to have my single player experience, even if they decide to shut down the servers. And that's not a guarantee these days. Right here, Ubisoft should be required that no matter what, if I don't access my Ubisoft account and they deactivate my account, the minute that I go back in and sign up for Ubisoft, I can recover all my games and my content. The fact is I should be able to play those games over on Steam or on Xbox without having an activated Ubisoft account. I purchased that content. The governments need to catch up in this area. If the tech companies are not going to police themselves and they are going to do dumb shit like this, then they need to have some regulation. Again, I'd love it if all businesses and all industries regulated themselves and we didn't need big government to step in all the damn time. But the fact is, we got fat cats. We got Guillermo families running companies that are not consumer friendly. They don't think about the consumer in any way, shape, or form. They think about their pockets only. And they look at this and say, well, it costs us resources to keep track of all that information if we don't have an Ubisoft account attached to this nowadays with your digital content and all this kind of stuff. Or, hey, if we deactivate a bunch of accounts and they lose access to all their games, well, if they ever want to come back, they're going to have to repurchase those games. Oh, okay, a little bit more money in our pockets. What's wrong with that? If you're going to go this route, then you deserve to be regulated. I'm sorry. You do. You deserve to have governments up in your business. And you deserve to have requirements put in place that force you to conduct yourself in a proper manner when it comes to the consumer relationship. I'm sorry.
Apparently, there's some clarification. Jesse B says they went back on some of it. They did say it would take 4 years to do so as long as you have a license. And then Decado added on to it saying, evidently Ubisoft came back and said this doesn't affect accounts where they own licenses.
Hey. Still not good enough. It should be straightforward. There shouldn't be any, well, if this or if that. There shouldn't be any of that stuff. It should just be straightforward, well known. I purchase a game. I'm able to play that game forever. Multiplayer only games, different story, gets a little bit more complicated. Because I don't believe that a company should be having to keep up servers forever. Like, I think that's unrealistic in a lot of cases. I don't think that should be something. But single player games, absolutely 100%. I don't care if I bought them. I think going forward, again, this goes back to game preservation. This goes back to a lot of different conversations because there's a lot here. But I think companies should, in this digital age, be required to give me access to my single player experiences forever if I purchase them. It's no different than the old games. It should be no different than the old games that if I've got the system and I've got the cartridge, I can pop it in and play it to this day in 2023, even if the game is 30, 40 years old. That should be no different in the digital age.
Or
it shouldn't be.
Are things so different to the point where things are and have been tied in with the cloud to the point to where it's kind of like the basis of some of these games?
But then the games have to be built from the ground up steel with the ability to them patch in later on a patch before they disable it that makes that game playable offline 100% complete, period. Then they have to start designing the games from the ground. I don't care if it costs them more resources. I don't care if it costs them more dev time. I don't care what excuses they want to come up with. Then you need to design your games. And don't tell me you can't do it because it's bullshit. You know you all can. You need to take the time and you need to build your games with that exception built in for when the time comes and the dev or the publisher decide to shut down the servers, the cloud, whatever the case may be, that you automatically just pop that patch on and everybody who owns that game can continue to play as is. I'm not saying you have to continue to support it. I'm not saying that you have to continue to update it. I'm not saying any of that. You got to give one final last patch that says, okay, you now have access to this game as it stands going forward because you own it. Period. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. In many ways, I may have some additional things to add to it, but Nixie says, so if I launch a paid Ubisoft game that was purchased on Steam, does that count as a login? I wonder. Anytime that you boot up any Ubisoft game, that's a login. Because your account has to be connected to whatever Ubisoft game that you play. That's just the way that they set that up, so that you can get your points and have everything. I saw some people mention that later on. Back from the Dead mentioned the problem is add-ons and some story for single player games come with Ubisoft Connect. You have to play the games to earn currency to unlock. So it is definitely. I do agree with Pong, especially for single player games. We should never be getting to a point to where if you stop supporting the game, I don't have access to it anymore. That just makes no sense and actually removes a further point to a lot of the information that I speak on when it comes down to single player games, right? Because on one hand, I could say, well, single player game, I'm gonna beat it, and I'm not typically going to go back to it, and I'm never going to revisit it. Sure, that as much as that wouldn't bother me, I would still have to look at that situation and just say, okay, just because that wouldn't necessarily bother me, just because I play once I spend time with the game, that's it. If I never spend time with that game again, it's whatever. And to my personal belief, and I can also admit that there is that disconnection because of the lack of physical media. I don't feel as connected to that content anymore. And that could be part of the reason why they may feel that some of this is okay. Oh, well, it might be an issue right now, but they might be looking at the numbers and whatnot. Again, another situation that could definitely be we just looked at numbers and made a decision. They probably looked at numbers and was like, oh, well, people aren't playing these older games, or people fall off anyway and they don't really come back. So it's like, oh, what's the big deal? The big deal is nobody should have to repay for something that they've already paid for one time, especially under the same account. No matter when somebody stopped playing. Now, again, I keep seeing everything that I keep finding out about it is I can't say I'm not seeing anything about a 90 days like PlayStation does to you as far as cloud saves goes. If you don't sign into their service, at least the last I checked, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but if you don't sign in or lose PlayStation access for whatever, you don't pay for the service for 90 days, you lose your cloud saves.
Correct. Bullshit. All mine are gone. All my PS4 games are gone.
That makes absolutely no sense since the beginning of the Xbox 360 generation, we've had cloud saves. And just because Xbox has done it and actually did something that makes a lot of sense for the consumer, why has that never been implemented on the other side of the field? Because that's another one of those things that again, has kind of come and gone and nobody's saying anything about. And that's not okay either. And that's just game saves, but that's time. And you saying that you don't value my time. And I take that the same way with you. Again, I can't find clarification. If you close your account, then apparently you don't want to do anything with Ubisoft. And if you don't have an account to connect to the Ubisoft server, then I can see what they're trying to go for. But at the end of the day, if it's a single player game, though, then you shouldn't run into this issue. Point blank, period. If it's paid for, it's good. If you got it through a service, of course, that's something that's completely different. But you should be able to look through people's accounts and decide or know if they've either bought it or if they got it through your subscription or whatever the case may be, how long that they've played. There should be things that should be countermeasures in place for that. Ryobi says, living split screen. When I got my 360 last year, I recovered all my 360 digital games and all of the cloud saves from the past. Amazing still. Yeah, you don't even have to think about none of that. Even on the Xbox Series console, back compat. You boot up a game and you played it before, it will pull from the server your past save. It's a super dope concept. And it's a concept for a lot of people that I guess is hard to grasp. But again, I'm never on the side of taking away content from people, taking away access, unless, again, and this is the tricky part of it too, unless there was an EULA or unless there was something that I was supposed to read through that says that you can literally do whatever you want to with my games or whichever the case may be, then I, as the consumer, have to also be able to accept that and eat that and say, if that's what you put in there, then that's fucked up. That needs to be addressed too.
Right. There has to be upfront steal. There's an expectation as a consumer, and this is a part of consumer law. There's an expectation when a purchase is made by the consumer. And if the business, whatever product it is, does not meet that expectation or is not clear about the expectations that are set when you make that purchase, then that's when it's wrong. And again, these EULAs and all that kind of stuff, they can say, well, according to the laws, we're within the guidelines we make. You can go through and read it all. We all know that the way that they set up those EULAs and the language that they use, the lawyers speak, unless you were an attorney, you can't understand a majority of what they're saying in the EULAs. It's not written for the consumer. And there is no straight up warning in the beginning that says, and they should have it clearly on the box.
It should.
That says, warning, you're purchasing a license. If at any point we shut down the servers, you will no longer have access to this game. It should be on the box. They don't want to put that in the box because it would deter people, because people are like, what are you saying? You're going to shut down like next week and I'm not going to have access? Well, we just saw that with what game that shut down in less than a year, Steel?
Babylon's Fall?
Yeah, Babylon's Fall. Less than a year. Unplayable. Bullshit.
Steel. Yeah, you can't boot the game.
No. GameStop was throwing away the discs, the boxes, because you can't even play the game. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that makes the base game should at least be there on some form of level. And again, if you're going to close a server, you should be able to at least do the work to be able to play it offline.
Correct.
Again,
be that fail safe. That
on
fail
any
safe
game
needs to be implemented. Yes.
If you're going to put out a good, you got to give people a service, right? Steel Pong question: what is your dream game? Whoa, that was kind of that was coming. That came out of left field off after that conversation. I'll tell you what. Wow, Dragonheart Yobi, what a strong question. I guess we can go on a slight side tangent. Why not? Takado said there was a shooter on Xbox that went offline also.
Yeah, there has been.
What was that? Anyway,
it wasn't within the first year, but I know there's been a couple of them. Anyways, yeah. Again, whatever game we're talking about is bullshit. It's bullshit. Unless it's multiplayer, then again we get into it.
Yeah, we get into a gray area where it's like, if people aren't playing the game, they're not going to keep the servers up, and if it's dependent on multiplayer, then of course you can't keep the shit. Maybe you should still be able to open the game up and look at it.
If there's bots, you can keep it open. Right?
That's true. Yeah, so keep it offline. Yep. What is your dream game?
Bleeding Edge. Calorie might be right. Bleeding Edge.
Yeah, if you're talking about Bleeding Edge, but that wasn't a shooter. That was a melee based.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, Bleeding Edge kind of. It is what it is. Dream game, huh? What would my dream game be? It would probably be something. I go back and forth about with this all the time, and it's something that interests me as a creator now. It's something that I would want to jump into. Let me see what Nixie says here. Nixie says dream game for Steel. Something Gundam mech related. Pong, my guess is something RTS or Fallout related. You wouldn't be too wrong on that. You wouldn't be too wrong. I think a perfect game, and it's going to be a blend because I can only explain it through a blend of different games. I would love to see a game take the story elements of Nier Automata or Nier just completely with the combat mechanics in BDO. The only reason I say that is because of the class systems, and because if I say just like Nier or like Devil May Cry, it kind of locks it into kind of one style of gameplay. But when I say BDO, because it's a class type and it is an MMO, you have different styles that you can kind of choose from and play with. They have like 10 plus classes right now that you can use, and it would definitely be mech based somehow. So again, and it would be third person. It would definitely be third person. So it'd be a third person MMO with a story, did some realm or reference to Nier, as far as like the whole concept of humanity and this disease and the androids and all that. Those who have played Nier, you know what I mean. It's a very convoluted story, but I think somebody could knock it out. And then it doesn't have to necessarily be Gundam, because I like new mech games and I like new mech ideas, because there's always a variance, right? If you get somebody that has some creative freedom, they can probably create something very unique. So that's what I would probably look for, something in that vein. Something that's online that I can play with my friends, but it also has a wide range of enemies that I can fight, maybe some dungeons, maybe a raid that comes by once a week that me and the homies can do, or maybe over a weekend. That's when it opens up. Something to that nature is what I would want to do. So, what do you think, Paul? What would your dream game be?
This is near impossible for me because I like so many different genres and so many different games. Like, it's near impossible for me to come up with one. But again, if we're talking about unlimited resources, the top dev talent in the entire world making a game, what I would want the ultimate open world sandbox RPG where you can travel through time and go to different eras and create. And for each era that you can go to, you have different skill sets, different classes, and you're creating, like, when you jump from like high fantasy to the wild, wild west, right? Okay. In the wild, wild west, you become a whole new character. And we're talking about, worlds as big as Skyrim or whatever the case may be. You can jump into the future and all of a sudden you're in Starfield and you're going exploring and you've got this huge open sandbox, like, all over the place, both real and historical time places, right? Where you just become a new character every single time, and new side quests, new stories. Of course, you have an overarching story throughout, but you're traveling throughout all these different periods and all these different places. And you're granted new skills, maybe some carry over, maybe you can bring back some future tech to the Wild Wild West or whatever the case may be, however that all works out. But I would want something like that, but this giant open sandbox. And if you can throw in co-op in there or throw in a little bit of multiplayer, I'm cool with that too as well.
That'd be dope. Eastside Vandal says third person MMO with all the dead or alive characters. Yeah, but Pong would have loved them throwing a big volleyball, little side game. There you go.
Let's go.
You got something. He'll be in that MMO forever.
Little Venus Vacation Paradise action. Let's go.
Oh God. Blue Moose says, Pong, you're talking about a Doctor Who game. I like it.
Yeah, kind of a Doctor Who game, right? Yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
that's true. Pong, you don't want a game. Beside Vandal says, you want a game like that could only be possible with the PS5 SSD.
Oh God. Okay, no, we're not talking about stupid dimensions.
Oh, you know what? But it'll be only possible. Look, there's other devs who have come out and stated that these games are only possible with the power of the SSD.
Yeah, no.
Although my AI is completely dead, but this game is only possible because of the power of the SSD.
Right.
Nam Omar says Live Alive, but as a third-person action game for Pong.
Hey,
all right. I think people might be getting there. They might be
hopping in that game at some point on PC.
Live Alive.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's probably of the echelon that I would be.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, again, I've always wanted a brand new Star Wars MMO. I mean, again, that's like something an up to date Star Wars MMO where you literally can choose to be anything you want to be. Whether it's Sith, whether it's Jedi, whether it's a bounty hunter, whether it's just who knows, running cargo. Just a full wide open MMO in the classic Star Wars universe, where you get to choose what you want to become. Or even we can go back to Knights of the Old Republic days as well, where Jedis and Sith were everywhere, right? So where the Force was everything. Something like that is something definitely that I've wanted for a very, very long time. I take a real full-fledged Star Trek version as well. At some point, I think Star Trek is underutilized. We haven't had like the big budget production Star Trek games either, which is crazy to me at this point in video games. We've had some decent ones, but we've never fully fleshed out that universe in video games either. I'd love to see something like that happen. Of course, high fantasy is my jam. So D&D, Forgotten Realms. Sure, we've had a lot of games. Yes, we have a lot of AA stuff out there from those worlds. That's why I'm so excited for Baldur's Gate 3, because it's a AAA level CRPG based on D&D, but I'd certainly love some of my favorite characters come to life in video games from all the books I've read, hundreds and hundreds of books that I've read in that. So yeah, there's a lot of different stuff. It's really hard for me. Like Steele and I were just talking about a mech action RPG, Diablo style mech game.
That'd be really dope.
God, I'd be freaking all over that. Like there's so many X-Men games. I mean, again, there's so many different styles, so many different genres that I love to play in. The list is nearly endless at this point.
People are in chat. Yobi said we have that. It's called the Old Republic. The game is old though, man.
Yes, I'm talking about up to date one, and they chopped down all the classes. They started with it wide open, and they chopped it all the way down and made it more focused and all this kind of stuff. I want something where you legitimately can choose to be who you want to be in the Star Wars universe. Like that's my ultimate goal. And yeah, Star Wars Galaxies was out there as well, but I want an up-to-date one, you guys. Up-to-date, nowadays tech, right? Nowadays tech with lightsaber battles and force powers and freaking space battles and freaking, oh my God, it'd be so amazing. I want to become the commander of a Star Destroyer. Like, I want to be able to do that. Right?
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Andrew Reeves says, did anyone hear about Hasbro wanting to bring the Transformers games to Game Pass? Yes, Andrew. We actually just talked about that. Probably 30 minutes ago. We had actually a big decent discussion about that. So definitely rewind a little bit if you want to check that out. Yobi says, live a split screen. It's old, but it's fun. I can be a bad Jedi, a good Sith, scoundrel, bounty hunter. The list goes on. I feel you though. Yeah, but the game is old. It is dated, and it feels dated in a lot of ways. Jesse B was saying Star Wars Galaxies has some of that. But an up to date Star Wars Galaxy is what you're really going for. Yeah, probably. There's a lot that can be done with those IPs that haven't really been done. They need to do an Old Republic 2. If anything, if they're going to bring that MMO or bring it updated or whichever the case and release it everywhere, I think that game would do really well.
Of course it would. It's freaking Star Wars. If you do it right, of course, people want to experience that Star Wars, right? People want to jump in there, and it's perfectly set up as an MMO style. Like people want that experience. Like there's no question about it. That's why I'm surprised to this point we haven't had somebody. That's why I said ZeniMax Online Studios, right? Makers of ESO and stuff. I would love to see them tackle Star Wars MMO. I think they could do a fantastic job with it. I would be more than excited to see somebody like that do that. I think it'd be fantastic. But yeah, RTSs too. I mean, I could go into a million billion. We need new Star Wars RTS, right? For sure.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Absolutely. Right?
Ham Solo came through. What's going on, brother, man?
What up, Ham?
Me and my wife last night made the Starfield trailer our movie to watch together last night. 45 minutes of greatness. Yeah, man. Shout out to Starfield.
I'm over 15 times, bro.
Armored Core 6 is game of the year, but shout out to Starfield. Yeah, definitely shout out to Starfield.
Can't wait, man. We're 34 days away now, folks. 34 from early release.
Yep.
Early access. Oof.
It's coming. It's coming very.
Can't believe we're to this point.
No, absolutely. So Pong, I mean, I heard you were very excited about SSDs.
Oh god.
I heard you really love the community's opinions on how they feel about SSDs. IGN even wrote an article saying that Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart on PC is basically unplayable without an SSD.
Sure, and then got readers' notes attached to it, and then reposted it so they could get rid of the readers' notes attached because they were called out for their stupidity. So
yeah, I mean, but they even put a quote from Insomniac that says, "As we said, Insomniac cheekily reminds players."
32 days. Thanks you, Tim the Sorcerer. Thank you, sir. I knew we were close.
So this article came out yesterday on my birthday, and it's written by Wesley Yin Poole. I want to bring up this article because I feel like it has some interesting things to be said in here. So it starts off with saying, let me see if I can bring this over here for you guys, because I want to hear Pong's deep dive on how he feels about these things. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So, just so you guys can see what we're speaking on there, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart on PC is for all intents and purposes unplayable. You heard what he said. All intents and purposes. Unplayable without an SSD, experts have revealed. Digital Foundry's John Linneman discussed the game's performance when running off an actual PlayStation 4 hard drive on a machine just above minimum spec. As the gameplay shows, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart breaks down during his famous level shifting mechanic. Okay. Then they go through our first look on Ratchet & Clank PC, and they go through and show this. So you guys can see. Audio listeners, you're not going to be able to see it. They essentially just showed a video of Ratchet & Clank. It looks like it's lagging. Some of the character, I forget his name, that's in his backpack, his eyes still move normally, like he's at his normal frame rate. But everything that's going on in the background, like the game's froze, whichever the case, and it's not loading. They go on to do another additional clip, and they said the PC port we've been waiting for. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart arrived too late for the full deep dive treatment, but while we work on that, check out a 3-way Let's Play PC Max versus PlayStation 5 ray tracing versus PC very low on minimum spec hardware. Now, the thing about, there's a couple different things. Running the game on a PlayStation 4 hard drive is a little bit different from a regular hard drive. Of course, you can format it or whatever, run NTFS, whatever. Of course, you could do it that way. Running it on a 5400 RPM hard drive, look, I understand. But does the game run? Does the game work on a 5700 hard drive, 100 RPM hard drive? Actually, yeah. And actually, it plays much better than it does on that 5400 RPM hard drive. Actually, it just probably has a second of a loading screen, and then it goes pretty back to normal. But I don't think that was ever part of the conversation of whether it could or could not, as far as that part of it. Because the original part of the conversation was that the game was only possible because of the PlayStation 5 SSD. Now, you could say, oh, it's only possible because of an SSD overall. Okay. Then that would mean at a game 7200 RPM hard drive. Excuse me. Sorry. Yes. Not 5700. 54 to 7200 RPM. Excuse me. Sorry. I appreciate that correction, Mr. 7-Digit, because that's what I meant. 7200 RPM hard drive, but still many times slower than the PS5 SSD. Of course, it's a hard drive. It's going to be slower. It's not going to be as smooth as an experience. But again, that wasn't the argument to be had. Again, the argument was it's only possible because of an SSD. Sure, you can go, the game's been out for some time. You could go in, maybe add some load screens, but that's not the point. At a fundamental design level of the game, you don't need an SSD. Because at a design level, because like Fahim is saying, the SSD is what makes the warping work. The warping works on a hard drive. The warping works on an SD card. On a micro SD card, matter of fact. They said it would not run. It is not possible on anything other than an SSD. That wasn't true. And that's the overall point of what Pong may end up touching on, and what many of us who did say and speak up about that we're talking to. Yes, again, Nixie brings up a good point. SSD plays a positive part in gaming, but obviously it's not a uniquely magical thing. I'm glad you know that, because everybody else thinks very opposite from that. Again, the point is, we were told that the game would not be possible without an SSD because of how the game works on a design level. To come to find out that on a design level, that's exactly what they were doing for him, and that's our point. He says, I just think that they were marketing the SSD. That's exactly what they were doing. Because at a design level, again, this is something that I always go to. At a design level, if something requires an SSD, then at a design level, no matter what platform you put it on, if you don't have an SSD, the game is not going to work. You can boot it up. It might play the first, I don't know, the first video file that pops up, because a lot of those, unless it's in-game rendered or whichever the case may be, or in-engine rendering or whichever the case may be, sometimes you have a little movie file that'll pop up and you might get that, but as soon as that game boots up, it will not run. That's what, it doesn't work. It's not possible. It works on an SD card. And actually, it was working more fluently than it did on the 5400 RPM hard drive.
Right.
So at a design level, that's all that I'm speaking to here. What we were pitched, just like Velocity, just like Kraken, that I both spoke on, because we haven't seen either one of those things either. But at a design level, the game did not require an SSD. And Fahim Scott says, I'm confused on how this became a thing. This became a thing because people had been running with this and were touting the PlayStation's SSD. Of course, the SSD is fast, and that's something that PlayStation focused on. Got you. But it's not the thing that is causing games to run significantly better than they were before. You're not going to get frames from your SSD. You're not going to get better graphics from an SSD. It'll help with consistency. It'll help with load times. It will help with texture streaming. Sure. There's also other things other than just the SSD that determine some of those things. So the fact that people were running with, oh, well, you guys are going to see on PC, you're going to need an SSD to run this game. Ratchet and Clank is one of the most technically impressive games that we've got in this generation because, oh, they used a full capability of an SSD and this game isn't capable nowhere else without an SSD. Come to find out, the SSD that they were talking about had one less S, and they were actually talking about SD cards. So, again, to each their own, nothing against the game. I'm not saying that Ratchet and Clank is butt cheeks now all of a sudden. No, that's not it. Mr. 7 Digit says, was a flat out lie. I have a 20-minute video running at a much higher setting than the PS5 running on a hard drive. The game is surprisingly smooth. Slow in rips, but much faster than I thought on a hard drive. Mr. 7 Digits, that's the fucking point. Again, we as consumers fell for, I'm not going to say we, because it's not everybody, but there is a fan base of consumers who have fell into the, oh, my box is better than your box for X reasons without understanding how, and again, not everybody has to care how game development works at some fundamental level. I'm not saying that you got to make games, but at least use some common sense, at least rub some sticks together and come up with a better answer than, oh, just because. And thinking that Ratchet and Clank was going to be the game that really showed us what a full capability of an SSD is in the console generation. I knew that was a front up when they said it. There's no way that you're trying to do this with Ratchet and Clank, but they did. The same way that they did with Godfall. They said that was impossible without the power of the SSD either. And I had it running on a 5400 RPM hard drive with maybe an additional 5-second load time because I wasn't playing the game like that. I actually moved it off of my SSD to a hard drive so I could still have access to it and open up some space. And it played just fine. Didn't impact the gameplay, didn't impact the frame rate, didn't impact the way the game looked, ran, none of that. Another one of those. Again. Nam says my SSD gets it cracking with velocity. You stupid. And then it's the same thing. And then again, you've seen the same thing kind of be iterated with Final Fantasy 16. And that's another front. It's just, we have to be consistent as consumers on not just falling. I love Godfall too. I enjoy Godfall. People didn't play Godfall for real. They just wanted to talk shit about it and not actually play the game in its breadth, especially when that the new DLC came out, because that definitely added on to the experience. Me and Paul had a good time with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but for me, it's just we as consumers have to continue to be smart, be a little bit more educated about the products that we invest into. Now, should that always be 100% of our responsibility? No, it's also up to the company of us holding them accountable for saying the things that they're saying. Again, I'm going to continue to hold Xbox feet to the fire about you talking about velocity and then you releasing a game like Starfield and you telling me that 60 frames is not going to be out at release and having mounds of people come out now and also speak in public and say, oh, well, yeah, man, 30 frames. That's what everybody's gonna have to get used to that. That's just what we're going to get this generation, and just blatantly sucking the nipple off of a lot of these companies and saying that, oh, this is just good enough for me. Oh, I just got to deal with it. Oh, you should just get a PC. That's not the fucking answer. How about you get what you invested into? Oh, I paid $500 and, oh, if I don't get 60 frames and, oh, it's whatever. So previous console generations, when they told you that you were going to get something, you just said it was whatever. When you didn't get that, you were just like, oh, yeah, man, it's whatever. I'll just get a PC. That's what you said? No, you didn't. You don't do that with any other product, but you do it in gaming. And again, yes, it's personality driven. It's a hobby. It's all based on what you like. But as a consumer, you have to be able to, and I mean, as a consumer, you cannot give a fuck as well. I mean, hey, that's fair. But I don't get I just don't get the point in consistently giving these companies space to say, do, and set things up and continue to market spiel us to death and us not get our product. Remnant. As much as I love Remnant 2, Remnant's a great game, but it is not a satisfying experience to run into performance issues on my hardware. I don't care what the excuse is. There's no way that you played your final build of this game, got to some of those rooms, got to some of those. You have 3 different performance modes. In none of those, you were like, oh man, it's a little choppy here. Maybe we should work on that for a bit. Oh, hey guys, by the way, we want you to know there's some performance issues here. There's gonna be some patches that are gonna come out. Why is every game let's wait, Diablo? Oh, hey, let's wait. Yeah, the game's good right now, but it's going to be better. Oh, I know we didn't add all these things because we never played our game, but we're gonna add those things later. I mean, I thought we were tired of the getting broken things at launch, paying for a product and not getting the value. Dragonheart Yobi. Todd Howard saying he will be playing this on a Series S. Nah, fam. I highly feel he will be playing this on a high-powered PC. Again, but this also, he's the creative. He's going to play the game however he wants to feel. Again, nothing against you. You can have creative vision. But like Pong has mentioned, and I do have to agree, it's about the consistency there. If it's creative vision, although I also agree that you can't lock players off on PC, but creative vision is across the board. It's not sometimes-ish. Creative vision is, this is what it is. Anything outside of that is on you. That's creative vision. That's not the case here. PC is continue to have that option, yes, because they have a slew of different hardware and things that are of use. That doesn't mean that you should just start expecting less of your current hardware. At the end of the day, the maximum spec for Starfield, just as an example, is a 2070 Super. Series X is supposed to be at least equal to that, if not better. And consoles are still designed differently from computers because they're designed to do much fewer things than the computer has access to. Just because they're more similar and more alike now than ever doesn't mean that, oh, it's this now. It's not a PC. I just want us as consumers, again, to not fall for the hubbub, for the fluff in between, to be able to ask questions and be able to come to the know and meet like we're doing right now and have a conversation and say, look, this is the things that I don't like. These are the things that I notice. And these are the things that I just can't, I have to speak out on, not only as a content creator, but I was just also as a gamer, as a consumer. It is what it is. Anyway. Developer Insomniac and publisher Sony drew criticism after Rift Apart's PC specs were announced. In the run-up to the game's launch, the specs confirmed Rift Apart does not require an SSD to run, despite being a central part of the original PlayStation 5's marketing. Julian Hujabret's online community specialist, at Porting Studios Nixon Software said to run Rift Apart on very low settings, 720p at 30 frames, users would require an Intel Core i3 8100 or an AMD Ryzen 3 3100 CPU, a GTX 960 or AMD Radeon 470 GPU. Hey, I have a 480 in my drawer over there. Anyway, Rift Apart can also run from 75 gigs of hard drive space on these settings, but the recommended and higher specs all demand 75 gigs of SSD space. In its initial announcement, Sony claimed that Rift Apart was designed around the PS5's ultra high-speed SSD, adding that players will seamlessly travel through different dimensions in mid-gameplay thanks to the PS5's ultra high-speed SSD. Hujabretz confirmed that the game can be enjoyed using a hard drive and the minimum system requirements, but encouraged players using an SSD in combination with the recommended system requirements or higher to experience the game's signature dimension hopping gameplay as originally intended. Based on Digital Foundry's analysis, while technically true, Rift Apart can run without an SSD on PC, doing so makes it near impossible to play. What a fucking over-exaggeration that they made in this statement. As I note in the video, Digital Foundry goes on to say, I had a much better experience with a 7200 RPM hard drive on my 12900K PC, but I also have a 64 gigs of RAM, which helps a lot. Though it still pauses much longer than an SSD, Lindemann explained. This low spec system only had 8 gigs of RAM, thus it pages the H hard drive like crazy. So you're telling me that you literally, again, and this, try to compare it to the PlayStation 4. Nobody ever said that this game would be possible on a PlayStation 4. If you said that, then I don't know. That's a different conversation to be had. 8 gigs of RAM on a hard drive, and you're wondering why the game is fucking stuttering, and it's a new game? 8 gigs of RAM ain't close to enough. You're not even getting 2 of those just for Windows itself. So 6 gigs of RAM? You thought the game was going to run smooth? Or that was going to be a good example of the poor performance on a hard drive? I don't know. This is weird to me. Again, I'm not somebody who does all that detailed work, so it is what it is. I just use that ECP, that educator consumer perspective. The main video here shows the game running on a min-spec PC as well, but using an SSD. And as you watch that video, you'll notice that it's quite playable in comparison. The poor hard drive simply cannot cope at all. As we said, Insomniac community chief James Stevenson cheekily noted on Twitter. And then this is the gameplay that they end up showing. Of course, it doesn't play while we're in there. Again, they're saying that this is on SSD with the higher settings. Similar spec to a PlayStation 4. Why are y'all's builds like this and everybody else, all the other hundreds of people that I saw do this, it wasn't the same? Again, you said that you try to replicate a PlayStation 4. Nobody ever said that it would be possible on wouldn't be possible on a PlayStation 4. I don't think that was the point.
Some people did.
I'm not saying that, again, not saying it's not out there. They probably did.
There were people out there.
If you're saying that it was just not going to be possible on PlayStation 4, then maybe you were having a different conversation. Our main conversation was the whole conversation behind the hard drive to SSD scenario and snafu. So Paul, now that I've kind of given my dialogue about that, now that I also gave you an additional breakdown from IGN and them saying that it's essentially unplayable, they're just quoting Digital Foundry, if anything. How do you feel about this scenario and what's going on? And what have you seen? Has this changed your mind? Do you swear off a hard drive?
Changing my mind.
With a pink pick, by the way.
It's changing my mind right now.
Is it? I hope so.
Yeah. No, this is one of those dumb conversations I absolutely despise. I don't understand why people care. I don't understand why a game, Ratchet and Clank, and I like Ratchet and Clank. I've played a lot of them through the years on PlayStation. I always pick them up on sales later on and have a good time with them. I like Ratchet and Clank. This game sold 1.5 million copies.
2 million copies.
A million.
To 120 plus million copies.
Well, no, I mean, it's next gen, right? So it's current gen, right?
Oh, yeah.
So for 40 million.
40 million.
So 1 in 30 of you bought this game. Like, what are we doing? What are we like? If you listen, there were Xbox fanboys who did say that this game should have been put on PS4, that it could be done on PS4. There were PlayStation fanboys claiming that this game was the first true example of current gen hardware and especially could only be done on PlayStation 5 because of the SSD. They ate up the marketing speak. So those two sides, the extremes are always going to be there. Again, Xbox fanboys who said it could be played on a PlayStation 4 as of right now. Sure, we could hypothetically say, oh, if they optimize it for PlayStation 4, maybe. Listen, take your L, right? Take your L. PlayStation 5 fanboys who said this was the first true example of a PlayStation 5 big game that could not be done anywhere else because of the magic SSD. Take your freaking L. Go home. Go play Ratchet and Clank, for God's sakes. Again, only 1.5 million of you bought it, so go play it. Go talk about it then. Or just go play some games. But for everybody else in the middle, this discourse to me is just, it's so stupid. If you don't know by now that every single company is using buzzwords and marketing speak at all times, again, as Steele just brought up, Xbox has a slew of marketing talk about all the freaking awesome tech that's inside the Xbox Series consoles. Seen an ounce of that can't be found anywhere else, and yet we don't even have a first-party title that's using all of it yet. Again, do I hold that against Xbox? No, because as a consumer, I know I'm being sold on stuff. Would I like to see it all used in a game finally where they come out and say, we have used every ounce of tech that we've talked about in this game? This is our first true example. Of course, I think it'd be exciting from a guy who enjoys new tech. I'd love to see that happen. Of course. But did I go out and think that every game going forward was going to use all that stuff? No. Did I ever think that the PlayStation 5 SSD was anything but faster version of an SSD? No, I knew what it was. Is it extremely fast? Yes, it's proven. It's an extremely fast. Yeah. It's a custom-made SSD. It's extremely fast. Is every game taking advantage of it? Hell no, of course not. Far from it. Does Ratchet and Clank take advantage of it? Of course it does. It's now been proven it does. Even on a PC SSD, there was a second difference between the dimensional drums. I saw the video. Okay, great. You got that extra second. But then you got the fanboys. Oh, PS5 beats a 4090. Look at that. Come on, man. Come on. Stop. Again, go play some games, man. Go post some games. For God's sake, all these dudes out here that are talking about all this stuff that actually do attack other people for supposedly not playing games. I go on your freaking timelines and I don't see any gameplay sharing.
I saw very minimal Final Fantasy 16 gameplay.
Correct.
Or pictures, I thought I would see a lot more.
Correct. And I go back and I don't see any Ratchet and Clank gameplay when it launched. Where are you? Y'all want to sit out here and talk about everybody else and what they do with their time and how you guys just sit here and play Twitter. You guys aren't showing me any different. You can go on my Twitter and almost weekly I'm posting some game I'm playing, especially the newer stuff. I'm always posting something. You can go type in a hashtag Xbox share underneath my Twitter account, X account, I guess we should call it now, X account, and you can see what I post. But all you guys, all you dudes and gals out here who talk all this shit about the stupidest things in the world. Nope. We'd rather spend a week and a half talking about SSD versus HDD and talk about whether or not Ratchet and Clank is an L or a W. Listen, if you guys didn't know up front that this game was going to be possible outside of the PS5's SSD, I can't help you there. Even as a non-tech guy, I'm a tech fan, but I'm not the techie guy who understands all the different layers that come with tech and how it all works. I could have told you Ratchet and Clank, of course, is going to play on things outside of an SSD, and especially outside of the PS5 SSD. Come on, man. Oh,
and Eastside Vandal, anybody that says that they don't have time to play games, but they're making gaming content, I feel like there's a problem.
That's a problem. That's a problem because then what you're supposedly passionate about, you're not putting the time into. You're putting the time into making content about what you're supposedly passionate about. But how
you got to balance possible? That. See, that my
means
thing.
That means again, as I call them, Steele, there's actors out here. You're more passionate about the attention you get from making the content than you are actually about the gaming itself, and that's a problem. Again, you can go do that. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. Go do it. Yeah, that's fine. A lot of people making some pretty good, decent money out here doing it. That's fine. Go do it. But the fact is, is that that's what you're passionate about. You're passionate about the ego hit than more passionate about the ego hit than you are actually about gaming and enjoying games and enjoying the hobby. Period. Point blank. Zero. Again, that's why I call them actors.
Gene, I mean, I got family too, but I mean, again, you have to decide. You have to decide. I mean, again, if YouTube is the thing that's making you money, you got to make consistent content. But again, if you're doing it in gaming, you should probably make sure that you're playing these games that you're talking about. Or that you're trying to discuss.
And I'm not just playing gaming in general.
I'm not saying like you got to beat every game. I'm not that dude to sit here and argue with you. Now, if we're going to have an in-depth discussion about the game and you start saying things that don't add up, I'm going to be like, well, did you beat the game? Like how a lot of people apparently did with the first fucking Spider-Man, although 30 million people play that goddamn game. People still act like they don't know what the end of the game is. And again, hey, to each their own. It is what it is. But you're going to miss context if you don't in certain situations, depending on where the conversation's at. So it's just, it's weird when people like, oh, I don't have time to do this. That. Well, I mean, you make time to if you have time to put yourself into drama, you have time for a lot of other things.
Right. Exactly. And again, this is one of those conversations where I'm just like, listen, what is the point of this conversation? Ultimately, what is the point? These companies aren't going to stop touting or marketing buzzwords and different stuff to the consumer. This isn't a games industry thing.
4K
is
still
everywhere. Listen, look how cars are marketed.
Still,
okay? This happens everywhere. Okay, it's all bullshit. At the end of the day, it's all for the lowest common denominator consumer who gets caught up in that stuff. But when you guys sit out here and argue about this stuff constantly for a week and a half, it shows me that you're a part of that lowest common denominator, or you've just been acting the whole time. And again, this is just part of the act. This is a part of your shtick. This is a part of your fanboy that's more important to you at the end of the day than it is actually discussing real issues with this industry or real conversations about games or whatever the case may be. Again, this is just, it's white noise at this point to me, because I just look at this stuff and I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Why is this a thing? Again, Ratchet and fucking Clank.
Yeah.
Again, a million and a half copies sold. Really? This is what we're going to get into after example that we've already had, Godfall being one of them. Again, Gearbox did the same thing. Game can only be exclusive to PS5 because of the SSD. Bro, it's just dumb to me. The fact is that these games, we have not seen the true power used out of any one of these current gen boxes yet. We still have not seen the full power used out of either one of them with any one single game. We've seen bits and pieces here and there. And the facts are that probably not until the end of the generation are we truly going to start seeing that type of use
again.
And maybe not even then, but I'm hoping so, at least from the first parties, that they go full out, but we'll see. The chances are we're not. And third parties, especially not, because they're not going to take the time and the effort to put in and to use all the tools when they can put out a damn good game without using all the tools. So this stuff is just crazy to me. Take your L's where you got them. I understand. I stopped coming on here and doing massive rants about the fanboys and about the console war, because at the end of the day, they could do whatever the hell they freaking want to do. It is what it is. Like I said, is it still a net negative to the community overall? I still believe it's a net negative to the community overall when new people jump into this community and that's what they see people arguing about. I think it's a bad light, but whatever. Some people get off on it, so get off on it. But the fact is now I will say this: forever, Sony fanboys have been taking Xbox articles, interviews out of context.
Yeah.
And been using them as ammo for their console war. The fact that they go cry victim now and say, but the context is they really meant it was just the dimensional jumps wouldn't work right if we didn't have the SSD. You don't get the screen file now. So if the Xbox fanboys want to come at you and say, that's not it at all, that's not what they said, they lied, it's flat out, they lied, They have every right to do that because you guys have been doing the same damn thing to Xbox forever. Okay. So again, you don't get to throw rocks and then scream victim when you get hit by one. So I just laugh at y'all for all this stuff. At the end of the day, like Steele said, he did it perfectly. It's marketing. That's all it is. It will continue to happen. These companies will always say ridiculous statements to make it seem like their product, their game, whatever it is some magical experience that you're not going to find anywhere else on the planet. And it's going to turn out to be 99% of the time untrue. Okay. Period. Point blank. That's what it is. I'll just leave it at that, Steele.
No, I mean, you brought up some additional good points, man. I mean, again, the Don Gaming Live says using the power of the system is a strange one. Dev are, but it takes time how to use it the best way.
Times and resources.
And I wanted to tie that into what Nixie brought up here, because Nixie says credit where credit is due. First party PlayStation studios are very adaptive to their tech, something that Microsoft should follow, but seems like both companies are opposites of that mindset. And Nixie, I do want to remind you that earlier conversations that we also had about this is that PlayStation didn't change any dev tools moving over from PlayStation 4 to 5. So with that in mind, and again, we only have that information from the stuff that we found out and other devs, like the Control devs coming out and coming. It
was a great decision on their part, by the way.
Right.
Obviously,
quite obviously, it was the right decision. So when you don't add additional tools, and you people have been making making games for your console already for 10 years, I would hope that in your 10th year, that you start using your hardware, especially with using a piece of hardware that is technically weaker than the Xbox, is a year behind the Xbox, doesn't have as many tools, because of lack of a better word for me to use, than your competitor has, but seemingly you're getting the same, if not or better quality games in some scenarios, because people have been making games with your tools from the previous generation already, where Xbox changed that. They added additional features and they added additional things and they made it more complicated. And devs are, again, we heard that side of the table too. Devs are trying to figure out the best ways to use all the angles of the Xbox hardware. Time is also a thing. And I know people don't like talking about COVID and the whole pandemic scenario, but again, that shit put us back at least 2 years. Especially in that industry, in the tech industry, hardware industry, we're going to be behind a couple of years because of that. It's factual information. This isn't, magically now time's going to speed up like you're in a VCR and you press forward and all of a sudden you see all the lines move real fast and you hear the sound spin up. That's not what's going to happen. Things have to catch up. So it is going to take time for us to, again, we're in the 3rd year and they're upping the price on shit. Again, we've had that conversation too. When does that happen? Never. Typically, prices go down. You don't get a phone in 2018, for an example. You don't get a phone in 2023, and then in 2025, the phone is the same price. That's just not the case. 2026, the phone's the same. No, that's not the case. So why would you look at it that way in this industry? Again, that's where the competitive side of it all comes into play too, because both sides are doing things differently. They're treating the industry differently. Xbox has blatantly made statements that have been controversial, letting you know that they're doing things differently. Again, people are running with the conversation and are adamant about that conversation that Xbox is trying to pull out of the console hardware. And although that may be a future goal of theirs, all of them are looking to do that. Because Apple, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess depending on how you look at it, is a big example of, I just need to facilitate content and it's going to rain money. I don't even have to make games myself. I can just facilitate the content. And it rains. Apple makes hand over fist what any of these other gaming companies make year over year in comparison. It's crazy. That's the angle that they want to try to get to, being able to, maybe we go down that upgrade path like we've mentioned previously, but there's so many different things that tie into that conversation. And Decado, like you're saying in the chat, Series S is a good learning experience to match allocated memory for both consoles going forward. I think like people, I heard Mav the other day talk about, hey man, maybe Xbox needs to think about possibly getting rid of the Series S or outmoding it somehow. And I don't think that they should, because my piece of the conversation, what I will add to it, is that there is a reason why we have consoles. There was a uniqueness to consoles existing, forcing devs, forcing the R&D team on Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo to be able to do more with less. Where else would you get, outside of laptops and other smaller devices, for a console, where else would you get a split motherboard? So they can fit it in this box and stack it on top of each other. If you pull this case off of your Series X, you'll be very impressed in how they got all that shit in that box and it remains cool the way that it does. Mini PCs are very expensive, to say the least. They're not, unless you're going to be very minimum power draw type shit. Again, what we're getting out of consoles is impressive. And if you want to continuously see ingenuity, you want to continuously see what can be possible within the gaming space, we have to have people who can push that boundary with less. I don't need to give them the optimal hardware. Sure, they would love that, but they're developing the games on optimal hardware already. You're developing the game on PC. You're not taking it from PC to then porting it over to consoles like you were previously, or working off of a dev kit like you were previously. You're doing it basically direct transfer. Yes, there's still ports because consoles have limitations. But the conversation has become so much more complicated than, we just need to throw more power at it. That's not what we looked at. We were happy when we got more power previously because there was actual generation change. You can see it graphically. We're at that level now. Not everything needs to be a graph. Armored Core 4 Answer, a game that came out in 2008. If you guys are able to watch this on screen, for those who are alive, for the game to look the way that it does then, to get what we are getting now with Armored Core 6, for an example, in this game, comparatively, still kind of holds up. Even looking at it, it might be, the landscape might be bland. Again, you see the limitations of the hardware from that time that we don't have now. But you can understand why you see what you're seeing from this game, as an example, and then you go to Armored Core 6 and be like, damn, this map is fleshed out. There's details on the max. It's just, that's how games have been, and that's the generation that we're in. How do you iterate? How do you progress? How do you do more with less? How do we do things differently and still give value to our consumer? That's what I want these companies to focus on, because that's why we have fallen in love with them. We fell in love with PlayStation because of ingenuity. Seeing Tekken on screen, Bloody Roar on screen, seeing all these games that we grew up with on screen, and what was capable was blew our minds. And it wasn't just because it's a small computer. No, it's a console playing games that you've never seen before.
But obviously, the tech is more uniform now too. Still,
to where, again, right, like I've said also in the past, PC gamers are now getting console games, something that they've always wanted. I don't care what any PC gamer tells you. I can speak as a collective because I've always had a PC of some form of fashion, although I consider myself as a console gamer also. But in totality, as a gamer, You want your games to be wherever you can get access to them.
Right.
I love playing games on PC because it's not I got to disconnect and then go here. Oh, I got to disconnect and be here. Oh, I got to figure out these different ecosystems. So one ecosystem, game bar pops up. If PlayStation had a game bar too, I'd use that. Shit.
But on the flip side, right?
Yeah.
It's what makes Nintendo unique still.
It is. It is.
To their credit, right? Their
is.
devs that will have to work on that old ass cell phone hardware have to get creative and have to find ways to make a game like Tears of the Kingdom
the fact it can even be considered.
Correct.
Game of the year, or as great of a game that it is, no matter who plays it. The fact that that's possible on that Switch hardware,
right,
it's dope to me.
That's that old ingenuity that you were just talking about that devs used to have to go through to get games on consoles that weren't made to necessarily be there because it wasn't even close to a PC architecture. It was different. Like, right? That was the crazy. Like Bethesda, the effort that they put in to get Oblivion to work on the Xbox 360, where they actually had to reset the system without us ever knowing it.
Never knew.
Just to get enough memory to load in that next level. That's the ingenuity that, you're right, Steel, like used to make gaming or games on console different, special sometimes. Yes, now we get more games cross. We're getting more PC games coming to console than we did previous gens because now the architecture is closer. But some of that ingenuity that devs used to have to go through, it's not the same anymore. It's different now.
It is different, but like Mr. Seven Digits brought up in the chat, he says, of course, why do you think that we create emulators? Again, why do you think that we even have to emulate games, ladies and gentlemen, if things were just so easy? It takes
PS3 emulators still don't work.
And it takes strong hardware to run old games.
Right. To make it work.
That's crazy. To think, oh man, that game is old. It shouldn't take nothing to run. I could go pull out my console, right? Yeah. But go run that game at 60 frames, 1440p, 4K, upscale, whatever the case, on even at 1080p. Go run Tears of the Kingdom on whatever kind of hardware that you got, if it's average at 1080p at 60 frames, and see if that game runs smooth. No. Because again, you have to emulate it, and that takes hardware. But nonetheless, it's just there's so many things that add on to that conversation that we can't forget about, that it overall has helped mold us as gamers, have also helped mold the industry and created this different outlook. And again, I think we as gamers, instead of the companies being behind the ball, hardware wise, I think we as gamers are behind mentality wise, because things are changing, things are different. Gaming, it's not this, it's next generation is going to be leaps and bounds better than what we were getting before. That's gone. We're getting to a digital era, ladies and gentlemen, we see very minimal improvements in most of the things in our life right now. We're waiting for the next technological leap. We're waiting. And it takes time, and it takes ingenuity to help speed that process up. And that's what I don't want to miss. That's what I don't want to miss.
It's just slowing down at this point. Again, because of the way that things are set up now, the way the tech is, it's just those big leaps are just becoming different now than they used to be. Right. It's just, it used to be, 8-bit to 16-bit. Okay. That was gigantic.
Yeah. Hugely.
Right. 2D to 3D sprites, right? That was a huge, another graphical leap. Now we've gotten to the point where the gains are less than what we used to see.
Hold it down for a second.
But we see it in different ways, right? We see it in the detail within games, right? The background details, that kind of stuff is now where we're seeing the gains, right? Like ray tracing, even though ray tracing right now is way too much, it takes way too much to get great ray tracing for most systems to be used in an effective manner. But obviously that'll eventually catch up. But it's those kind of details, those atmospheric details, the lighting, right? Global illumination, that kind of stuff that we now see, but it's not as apparent as it was back in the day when we went from a generation of consoles to the next generation of consoles. But I still think it's happening. To Steele's point, it's just different now. And it's different from how we grew up, especially somebody like me who's been through every generation of video games since the beginning, basically, at this point, from Pong to where we are now. I've seen all those leaps. For me, the generational leap from last gen to this gen was greater because I never upgraded to that mid-gen refresh. I didn't have a 4K TV. I was still on a 1080p TV up until I got my Series X, and then I went to a 4K OLED. Right? I went a generational leap in a lot of ways, and so for me, it was like, holy shit, I'm in a whole new world now. Like that still felt good, but for people who upgraded mid-gen refresh or had 4K TVs last generation with the One X or the PS4 Pro, they didn't see that big leap anymore. And I think that for a lot of people, that's where it's going to be. And obviously on PC, the way we can upgrade PC and the way that things scale on PC, it also cuts down on that effect as well. But at the end of the day, it's still up to the console manufacturers to provide the necessary tools to make sure the devs with as much money, time, and resources that are being poured in, especially on the AAA side, to give them access where it makes them want to use everything that's available to them to make the best version of their game possible. Unfortunately, now that this is big business, fortunately, now that we have big publishers involved in this and that are looking at the bottom lines more so than looking at the content, we're going to see that not happen as often as we would like to see it, even from first party, right? It's going to take more time for the developers to get a grasp on the new tech because so much is changing so rapidly at all times. And I think that that's where we're kind of at right now. We don't see that big leap or that big ingenuity all the time out of every single game. And let's be real. We're just at a point in this industry where it's matured and kind of like everything's kind of been done, right? Everything's kind of been done. Sure, we still get a new genre like roguelikes that come out of nowhere that change things. But overall, a lot of the creativity that we saw back in the day, it's already been there. And so people have a hard time finding something new. And so when we play games, it's always like, oh, well, I've played something like this before, right? So even if the graphics are an upgrade, it's still like, this feels kind of comfortable, or this feels like something I've, experienced previously. So It's not that same, like, oh my God, I'm playing. Like, again, when I went to the PlayStation 1, when they had their demo kiosk before launch at the mall, and I went there and I played Battle Arena Toshiden for the first time.
Yeah.
We had never seen a 3D fighter like that before. So when I picked that controller up and I saw that for the first time on the screen, and I was moving the character in a 3D space, pulling off special, like that was mind-boggling at the time, right? We just don't get those types of experiences anymore. Like it's already, we're to the point where, again, diminishing returns as far as that kind of feelings go. And I think that's where a lot of gamers are at now in this industry too. I don't know how we got to this point in this conversation still, but it's crazy. We did. We went from Ratchet, Clank, SSD, Discourse to this. I just think that it's going to be a while before we see that again. It's going to take a big leap. Again, VR is kind of that space in a lot of ways, but it's not for everybody. And it's not,
it hasn't hit the same.
It hasn't hit the
other
same.
things have. So it's going to take a lot longer.
It has the potential to get there at some point where it is like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm experiencing this, but there's still a lot more to be done in that space before we get there. I know some people do have that experience, but for me, it's just not there yet.
I mean, a way to get me in would be Armored Core and VR. That'd be amazing.
Sure. Absolutely.
I might try that. That'll give me some of those Spilled Battalion feels back in the day.
Right. Exactly.
I got the rig set up and everything. But no, I mean, we got here because we were talking about, yes, it branched off of Ratchet and Clank, but we were talking about hardware impacting these games and how we've kind of gotten to a point where it has become more marketing speak than anything. What these companies are pitching to us.
We got into the chat. What are we doing with the smear merchants? Is this a Reforged thing? Did we really?
It might be.
Are we going? Yeah, I keep seeing smear merchants in the chat. It sounds like one of his terms. So I wouldn't. Oh yes, I did see the clip. Okay, I know. I did see the clip this week. Yes, that's right. He did use that term. You're nothing but a smear merchant.
Whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
It's so weird. Anyway. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I think that essentially is getting us to the end game of today's show. Unless Pong got a few more things that you'd like to throw on in there after some passionate conversations that we've had today.
Yeah. No, I mean, we are getting to that point. Quick update too. I threw in the DMs real quick. Benji Sales. Shout out to Benji Sales coming on through as he always does. Remnant. We were talking about Remnant 2 earlier.
Yes.
New peak concurrent on PC, 109,000. That is crazy. To put that into perspective, the all-time peak for Remnant 1 was 48,000. Bro, those are big numbers for a game like Remnant 2. Like that's
Huge.
No small feat right there. Yeah, especially with so much out there to play right now, right? Again, we always talk about this. You're competing for people's time more than anything else in the gaming space now because there's a billion games to go play right now. There's a billion time-consuming games. The fact that it's peaking at 109,000 on opening launch weekend, official launch weekend. Of course, we had early launch, but this is actually the first weekend since it launched officially. Shout out to Gunfire Games, man.
It's come out in a good time. To be quite honest, because there's only a few games really given a competition right now. As far as new releases, you got Exo Primal, Final Fantasy 16. Again, I feel like Final Fantasy 16 did exactly. That's why I always have a weird feeling about single player games. It's great right now, but then later, is it still in that conversation?
Very exclusive single player game.
Yeah, that too.
Right? Still not no PC release. I mean, again, that's going to affect how long
Shout out to Parasite.
People talk about it, right?
Yeah.
So that's what happens. I mean, if it was out on PC, maybe still more people would be talking about it. But it's not.
Maybe. I definitely would have some mods in there, but with the way that PC modders have been here recently, I don't know if I want them to have hands on anything. Anyway. Oats, what's going on? He says, once I finish working on D4 season 1 character, I'm starting Remnant. Can't wait. Hey, it's definitely it's familiar enough, especially if you're coming off of Diablo, but also different enough to really cleanse your palate for any other game that you got thinking about coming up. Absolutely. So for sure.
Creativity, you're just going to be mouth open a lot of times. I almost guarantee it. You jump into that game and play long enough, there will be sections where your mouth is hanging open. Like, what am I seeing? What is going on?
Yep.
What is this? Like literally,
especially if you're actually paying attention to the game. So,
yep.
Decado said, David, Exo Prime was still 98%. The story done. Yeah, I completed my story in there. They did release the Savage Gauntlet. I need to check that out to see what that's looking like. Basically, it's a leaderboard mode. PvE survival,
no PvP, right?
No PvP in that mode at all. Period. 3-bit was popping, so that's definitely going to be interesting. Because of it not having PvP, I'm not rushing to it. But I do have it downloaded. I was also having issues with the Xbox store again, so there's that. Right now I have to do kind of a workaround. I have to, because it recognizes all of my drives to download games to, but if I download my games to anything outside of the C drive, they won't download. It runs into an error. So I have to download them to the C drive, and then I have to move them from the C drive to the drive that I wanted to be on. It's stupid. But I was able to, and that, guys, when I say that took me at least 6 hours of troubleshooting to fix that issue. I was quite frustrated. I almost was like, you know what? I'm just going to play my games on Xbox from now on. That's kind of where I was at. I'm not going to lie to you. But anyway. All right, guys. Unless there was some small hitter topics that Paul wanted to touch on real quickly, I think this will be the perfect time to introduce our This Day in Gaming segment.
Well,
what you got, Paul?
I was just looking through. There was some small stuff.
Again, what other shows are you guys getting throughout the week, even on a slow week, where you're getting 3+ hours worth of content? Come on, guys. Hit that like button just for that, please.
Battlefield Steel. Just real quick on this
yes,
too.
they got a new map coming, I believe.
But we got confirmation from Roberto Serrano, who I
Story
wouldn't call
mode
him an insider, but he's an analyst, and he does get information. But confirmed, campaign is coming in the next installment of Battlefield. Obviously, they are going to do a campaign. Main developer is Ridgeline Games, which we know co-develop support from Dice, Ripple Effect, and Industrial Toys. Content for 2042, the current Battlefield 2042, will go through the second half of 2024, and then that ends, and the new Battlefield title is coming out next year, fall 2024. So we will have a new Battlefield next year, supposedly, according to him. So again, if Zampella and the team are ready to rock and roll like that with a campaign and a multiplayer, that'd be pretd impressive. Still, that would be what, 2-year, 3-year turnaround time?
It would be. I mean, this would be an acceptable example of taking your current build of Battlefield 2042, revamping it. The only way that would really pique my interest again, though, as far as like wanting to jump in, they got to bring destruction back. They need to have full evolution. Full. I'm not talking partial. Oh, I can blow this wall down. No. Maybe that. No, it needs to be Bad Company 2.
Got to be Bad Company 2.
It needs to be Bad Company 2. Full destruction. If you're not bringing full destruction, I don't need you to release a new Battlefield. Honestly, I could wait, and you should go back to sleep until you're truly and really ready. I don't need you to release a 2042 with a campaign. That's not what I'm looking for.
That means getting away from the big levels, right? Steel?
Yeah, even if you get away from the, I don't need the big levels anymore. The big levels are actually, they're kind of fucking boring. I like to be real.
There are points where they're really boring because you still wind up at choke points, right, in tight spaces where it becomes Battlefield again. But the other part of just getting there and traveling there and one random little battle here or there.
I don't like snipers are cool, but this isn't it's not Call of Duty. Your maps aren't built the greatest to be avoiding sniper fire all the time. You still get spawn snipe and shit like that. Like, it's just, there's certain things about it that just aren't fun. Like, you bring Levolution back, you bring the destruction back, I'm telling you, 90% of the fun would be back.
Going back and playing the older maps, right? Still,
bro, you have that already.
The older maps just play so much better at points. There's some really good things about the new stuff. There's some really cool things.
We've said nothing but a lot of good things about Battlefield 2042. So.
But there's something about playing on the smaller maps with the Levolution that really does it. It feels like Battlefield again. So hopefully Zampella and the team go back to more of that. I definitely agree there. The other thing, Star Wars Outlaws, Steel, a little bit new stuff this week too. Star Wars Outlaws, already one of my top anticipated games for 2024. This game gets better and better.
Start and finish.
I hear about it every time I see it. They came out and confirmed because some people were really concerned when they heard about the multiple planets and how big the spaces were. Big. People were like, "Oh, great, here we go, another Assassin's Creed Odyssey, right? Another Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's going to be 200-300 hours." The devs came out and said, "Nope, we're not doing that." You're going to have a lot of freedom. Yes, there's going to be a lot of open area, but it's not going to be a 200-300 hour experience.
It's a 40-60 hour
much more focused. Right? Yep. Much more focused, narrative driven game with decision making in it. They already gave one example where you will be able to work for Jabba the Hutt, or you'll be able to betray Jabba the Hutt. So you are going to be making decisions now. How that affects the game, what kind of consequences are, we'll wait and see. But again, Star Wars Outlaws, to me, one of my top games in 2024 already. I can't wait for this game to come out. This is the Star Wars game I've been waiting on for a long time, I think, here. For sure. It looks really, really cool.
It's looking really dope. Just that one line of being able to either work for or against Jabba is going to be really interesting. People are going to have kind of their own stories to tell just based off of that, depending on how it truly influences the story, because it could have a lot of impact.
Might have minimal impact. I don't care. The fact that they're going to have some decisions in there like that I'm going to be able to kind of choose my path, my story, kind of make. Yeah.
Even if it's a couple, even if it's only 2 or 3 choices of different ways the story can go, I still think that that's dope. Right, to know that, oh man, this is the ending that I got, and then you talk to somebody else and be like, oh, I got this ending, and then that actually could add some replayability, right, for some people, not for me, but it does work. It does work,
but especially if it's a good Star Wars narrative,
and it looks like it will be.
It looking like it is. Again, everything about this game outside of Nyx. I don't need Nyx in the game, but outside of Nyx being in there, everything else is looking fantastic.
Or we'll find out, or it'll be a terrible game when we find out at the end of the game that she's actually a Skywalker. So,
oh god, please don't do that shit either. Please don't let her be a fucking child of the Emperor. Please, none of this garbage. I don't need any of it.
Yeah, she's actually a Skywalker. It's all good.
Oh god. No. Otherwise, one last thing, Steel, real quick, small topic, then we'll get out of here. We'll get on to the Stain Gaming. Terminator Resistance, a game that not everybody played.
Talk about it.
But if you have not played Terminator Resistance, it got an update for PlayStation 5, I think, last year. And that update never came to Xbox. And a lot of people were pissed off at the developer for not updating it for current gen. Terminator Resistance, if you are a Terminator fan, highly recommend you go play this game. It is an older style game, right? It's not AAA, but it's a really, really good Terminator story. And it's actually a really, really good game. I'm going to go back to it because they announced this week that Terminator Resistance, the complete edition, is coming for Xbox Series consoles. And they are giving everything except for the DLC pack, or one of the major DLC packs is going to be a free update for current owners. So if you already own this on Xbox, you will get the free update, which includes the series update. So you're going to get the 60 frames, the updated resolution, all that good stuff for free. And then they're going to also have a discounted upgrade path if you want the additional DLC, which is Terminator Resistance Annihilation. If you want that, they're going to have a discounted path for that. It's coming out October the 27th. So again, if you were ever on the fence or if you forgot about this game and you are a Terminator fan, please go try it. I would highly recommend you go try this when this drops. It's really good. It's actually a really good game. So
nice.
Check it out. Yeah,
that sounds super dope.
I thought that was dope. They're coming back and doing it.
Yeah, that's dope. Again, I like to see that consistency and again innovation a little bit there. So. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you're locked
Eastside Vandal says, I will break my Series X if she is a Skywalker. Okay.
Hey.
Don't punish yourself for bad writing. Don't ever do that.
Let's not do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to definitely get into our This Day in Gaming segment. This next segment where we go back 30 years of gaming history, sometimes plus, just so we know where we come from to where we are today. Again, we already had some of that conversation with the whole SSD hard drive and talking about technicals and ingenuity and whatnot. Now, that was a very beautiful part of the conversation. Again, a lot of what we do here on Living Split Screen is super organic. This is not rehearsed, and we didn't plan for a lot of these things. Which why I love doing this on a weekly basis with my brother from another palm, man. Is none can be said more. And again, for those who are still locked in live, definitely hit that like button for us. Share us out while we can. I know we're towards the end, but maybe I can help remind people where they kind of came from with the This Day in Gaming segment, because gaming as art should be treated as such. And nonetheless, let's get into it. So, with This Day in Gaming, we're starting in 93. Let me move this a little bit over here so you guys can see a little bit. Okay, there's no in between, so that's fine.
I was 18. I was an adult.
Oh, okay. I was 1. I was moving back to Germany. That's where I was at 93. All right.
Year.
So in 93, you started off with the Genesis releasing Echo the Dolphin.
Freaking amazing game. Echo the Dolphin should come back too. It would be gorgeous. It was gorgeous on the Genesis back in the day. I can't imagine what they could do.
Oh,
now.
they'll probably take it next level. It'll probably be like that shark game.
Bro. Beyond that shark game, even because of the colors and how they Echo should come back, man.
Then in 94 in Japan, the NEC PC 98 released Police Knots.
Police Knots.
So there's that. Also, and then in 99, not also, Japan on PlayStation released Hot Shots Golf 2. Shout out to Hot Shots Golf.
You guys skipped over Police Knots there, Steve.
I said Police Knots.
I know. No, I'm saying you just kind of skipped over it fast, right?
All right.
You know, that's a Kojima game.
Is it really? Interesting.
One of his first games from Konami. Yep.
That's interesting.
That is Kojima. So I
never played it. I don't know. Damn.
Yeah. It was a different game, of course, because it's Kojima.
I mean, I'd imagine
people didn't experience that kind of stuff. It was if I remember correctly, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody's old enough to remember Police Knots, I think it was point and click adventure game.
Oh wow, okay, damn.
Yeah, so it was narrative heavy, obviously.
Makes sense to be on PC 98, yeah, NEC.
Yep. Anyways,
okay, cool. No, that's kind of cool. Then in 99 in Japan, on the Dreamcast, you had Seaman.
So freaking weird, but so damn cool for the time frame, man. So damn cool. We got this dude. Did you ever see Seaman?
No.
Pause.
I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely requires a pause.
This is the fish with the human head on it that would float around your screen and talk to you, and you could manipulate it.
I feel like that sounds weirdly familiar, but I don't know how I feel about that. It definitely sounds weirdly familiar, and I don't like
Bro, it was freaking so fucking strange. It was unbelievable for the time, but this is why I love Dreamcast, because this was when anybody was doing all sorts of crazy and trying new things. Seaman was great, came with a microphone, you could talk to it.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
It even came with a microphone, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting. All right. Well, crazy game.
So
Dreamcast was dope though. Then in 2002 on Xbox, you got Enclave.
Nice.
So shout out to Enclave. Then in 2004 in Japan on the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox, you got Digimon Rumble Arena 2. Play that. Shout out to Digimon for sure. Then in 2004 in Japan on the Game Boy Advance, you had Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Dawn of Souls.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Oh, excuse me. Then in 2004 on GameCube and PlayStation 2, you had Mega Man X or Mega Man 10, Command Mission.
Check it out, Yobi. Are you freaking serious? You never played Seaman on Dreamcast? Oh my god. Go watch some videos. It is an experience, let me tell you.
I'd imagine. Then in 2004 in Japan on PlayStation 2, you had the Nightmare of Druaga. Interesting. Then in 2004 in Japan on PlayStation 2, you had Yu-Gi-Oh! Capsule Monster Coliseum. I feel like that one was actually pretty good. Then in 2008 on PlayStation 2 and Wii, you had MLB Power Pros 2008.
Okay.
Then in 2008 on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, you had Soul Calibur 4.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best Soul Caliburs in the series, because I think they had Yoda as a character for Xbox. On PlayStation they had Vader, and then either
was Link that year?
No, I think that was 3.
Was that 3? Okay,
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because you had Link and Spawn.
Yeah, and you had the
somebody else.
Let's see. Okay, so you also had Star Killer too, right?
Yes, but was Star Killer a playable character, like an unlockable character for everybody, or was he?
I'm pretty sure he was unlockable. You could play.
I think he was unlockable.
Yeah, but it was just a cover.
Well,
right?
you couldn't play Vader or Yoda. You couldn't play either one of those characters. They were locked to the ecosystem.
Yeah, no.
Well, I remember they
played
were locked to the ecosystem. I was never able to play Vader.
Oh, I played Vader.
I was able to play as Yoda and
What am I?
as Star Killer, but I wasn't able to play as Vader because that was a console exclusive thing. That's when you still were doing exclusive characters, because it was the same thing as Soul Calibur 3. You couldn't play as Link on any other platform.
Bro, hold on.
If I remember it correctly, I could be wrong. But that's what I'm pulling from my memory. That's without.
Yeah, you could purchase Darth Vader as DLC.
Oh, okay, so that's what it was.
That's how. Yeah,
it came with the game.
Yeah, it came with the game, but you had to purchase it as DLC.
Okay, so yeah, and Yobi just said it. They were locked at first, and then years later it was unlocked.
Unlocked, right? Because I remember fighting with Vader.
So we're both right. We're both right.
Yeah.
So that's what it was. They would release the characters as is special characters that first year, and then after that they would release them as viable characters.
Grabbing somebody with the force choke.
Yeah, it was dope. Using people as Star Killer with the dual blades, fighting with him was super dope too.
They should do that crossover again in the next Soul Calibur. They should line up a bunch of
the next Soul Calibur. They need to do a lot of crossovers. Yeah. I need to see some Mortal Kombat. I need to see some Tekken. I need to see some Dead or Alive. I need to see some. You need to dig deep into Power Stone. You need to dig deep in the bag. Just bring a bunch of people and open the customization up.
We need a Soul Calibur comeback, man.
We do need Soul Calibur 5 is good, but it's definitely getting to be an older game.
I like the character creation. I know a lot of people did. I actually had fun with it. And I like the whole, I wouldn't call it a campaign, but your adventure. The
story was dope.
The story was kind of cool in the adventure. Yeah. That was cool.
They had an adventure mode where you take your custom character throughout the entire story and do all the side stuff and all the crazy shit. It was dope. It was Link, Spawn, and Kratos. Yep, I remember that.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, and Spawn was freaking fantastic.
Yeah, I loved the way Spawn played in Soul Calibur. It was amazing. He was so OD. Anyway, so there's Soul Calibur. Shout out to Soul Calibur. Then in 2008, PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360 released Summer Athletics: The Ultimate Challenge. Then in 2009, Japan on the DS released Othello.
Nice,
a good play. I like Othello was good. I love the story of Othello. Then in 2010 on the PSP, you got Hatsune Miku, Project Diva 2nd.
Project Divas?
Yes, Project Diva.
Yeah. Yep.
Then in 2010 on the DS, you got Metal Max 3.
Okay.
Then in 2010 in Japan, you got on the PlayStation 3 and the Wii, you got Sengoku Basara Samurai Heroes. Then in 2010 in Japan, in arcade, you had Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. Shout out to Virtua Fighter.
Bring back Virtua Fighter as well.
Shout out to Virtua Fighter.
Yeah.
Then in 2011 on PC, you had Divine Cybermancy, or EYE.
Nice.
Then in Japan, in 2015, on Android, iOS, you had Fate Grand Order. Shout out to Fate.
Yep.
Then in 2017, on the 3DS and PlayStation 4, you had Dragon Quest XI, Echoes of an Elusive Age.
Very good game.
Then in 2021, on Nintendo Switch, PC, Xbox One, and Series X, you had Fuga, Melodies of Steel.
Oh, yeah, we just got Fuga 2. Did it come out? It's on Game Pass. It's an interesting little title. Fuga, it's really cool. It's different.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's cool.
Then in 2021 on PC, Xbox One, and Series X, we got The Ascent, which was a really good game.
You gotta go back and play the DLC, bro.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
We never played it.
Got the DLC and never went back and played the game. But
we had
really good game.
Freaking rip roaring time.
We had a really good time with that game.
Yeah, even bugs and all. That game was freaking phenomenal.
Then in 2022 on everything, you got Digimon Survive. Got the Digimon. Then in 2022 on Nintendo Switch, you got Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
I'm gonna have to play them at some point on PC.
And
Xenoblade.
There
Nintendo
is
franchise, I wish. Yeah.
Your This Day in Gaming segment, ladies and gentlemen. hopefully you were able to find something in there that was quite juicy for you, give you a little bit of some memories flowing back into you and whatnot. But I have to say, thank you all for joining us on today's episode. 113 has been an absolute blast. We were able to have a lot more conversation than seemingly a lot of other people I've had this week, but that's fine. Everybody has their lane, and I think we have found ours, and that's always a good feeling to say. Coming off the birthday yesterday, I'm coming in with some rejuvenation. We got some super chats today. That's always good to see. As we get more people flowing in, again, more support we get for Living Split Screen. And also thank you for all the new splitters we got today. Shout out to you guys and much love. Again, working on some things in the background. Haven't quite decided what I want to do. Pong, one of the ideas that I had was possibly getting to a point where we do some like member only streams. I think that would be a good something for people to tune into. Sure, we can have regular streams, but maybe we do some members only. Just
some OnlyFans where we're naked.
Yeah, exactly.
Live on cam,
shirt off on cam, playing a game. That's what we want. But
that'll be a different type of clientele.
Ooh, hey, they'll be special and they'll be dedicated. That's for sure. But no.
Thanks, Eastside. I'm glad we could be your outstanding smear merchants for this.
Nice. I don't even know what that is, but all right, bet. Nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for joining us on episode 113. Paul, I want to say thank you as well, my brother from another. And before I get to your outro, I gotta let you guys know you can find me Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere. Type it in Google is probably the easiest place. Outside of that, I frequent the streets of the Xbox ecosystem and also Twitter, or otherwise known as X. Although it looks like a porn app, it's not. So just be aware. But that's where we're at right now. And be on the lookout for more live streams. We might do some things later on. And we'll give it to you live, raw, and uncut, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you enjoyed today's episode. But boom! Brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself. Get these beautiful people out of here and let them know what you got going on, bro. Much love to you.
Right. What a day. What a Saturday. What an episode. Episode 113, like Steele said, in the books on a beautiful Saturday, July the 29th. Again, shout out to everybody who rocked with us today in chat. Love you all. Again, if you were lurking, great to have you a part of the show. As always, again, even if you don't chat, you are a part of the show. If you're listening to this in the future, again, same goes for all of you. The support through this community has been absolutely incredible. And again, like Steele said, hopefully some more content coming down the road, some actual split screen gameplay. Might see me streaming on this channel at some point too. So you have no idea what's coming, but we're going to get some things rocking and rolling here for sure. Again, appreciate all the kind words in there right now too. Again, thanks for rocking with us, whether you rocked with us for 5 minutes, whether you rocked with us for the whole 4 hours. Nothing but love and respect to each and every single one of you. So you guys all know the drill. Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. Tonight it's going to be the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. The Shop Podcast, the best place to be on your Saturday night. If you're rocking out gaming, have us on in the background. Great conversations there. Tonight it's just going to be PTK Blam, Fuzzy, and myself. It doesn't look like we have a guest unless a surprise guest comes through the back door, which does happen from time to time on PTK show when we don't have a guest, or even when we have guests. Sometimes we can wind up with extra ones. But be there 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, next week, it starts all over again. Xbox Factor Podcast every Tuesday, Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick, Mr. 13K, Mr. Gigantic supporter of this community, lifts so many other boats up. I will always drop, this advertisement for him, even if I'm not on panel there anymore. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time every Tuesday. And then, of course, Thursdays, it's PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. Actually, we might rebrand to PCMR in the PM now that Mav's got his new PC. And that's all he's playing is ultra-wide Diablo nonstop. The man is a beast. But no, it's Pong and Mav in the PM every Thursday night. Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. 2-man show unless we do have a guest from time to time. But a lot like what Steele and I do here. Drop on in, check us out. We have a great time catching up Thursday nights. And then Friday nights, it's Xbox Ultimate. I missed last night, a rare miss for me on Friday night. I had to go visit mom, go have some dinner with the fam. But I will be back next week. Xbox Ultimate every Friday night, Fun Speculations channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, where there's lots of laughs, lots of great talk, and you never know what's going to happen there, but you know you're probably going to wind up smiling. So join us there every Friday night, and then back here again with one of my favorite people in the entire world, Mr. Steel Rain, Mr. Old Guy. Ooh-wee, he's getting up there, folks. Digits are climbing. Let's go. For another episode, Living Split Screen, episode 114 next week. And who knows what's going to bring as far as news this week, but hopefully start picking up again. But next weekend, probably going to have some Baldur's Gate 3 talk. So we'll be talking about that, but no bear sex talk. Okay.
Whoa.
Anyways, it's the Golden Age of Gaming, people. Get out there, enjoy 1 or 10 or 100 of these freaking amazing games out there right now. Play what you love what you play. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, lead everybody out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, again, thank you for joining us on episode 113 of Living Split Screen. Greatly appreciate everybody that's tuning in. Shout out to the new splitters in the chat right now, locked in. Shout out to everybody giving away those donations and getting people verified in this chat. It's amazing to see all these colored names in here. Beautiful.
Hordivores.
Definitely got a hordivore. Got a hordivore. Ladies and gentlemen, much love to you guys. Stay safe, and we'll catch you on the next one. Peace.